Hello, everyone. So this is the last members only for this month. So if you are a member, you get 2 days per month, hopefully at the end of the month. Hello, Excelia. How are you? I am, thank you. Is there a particular question you want to ask? So yes, I did my first ever psychic fair, and it went well. I got my money back from doing, like, for the booking of the table. I got my money back, which was the main thing. Like, if I hadn't, then it might have been a little bit more of a problem or issue. But in general, it was pretty good. Give me 1 second. I've got to do something, and I'll be right back. It's only 5 minutes. Well, 5 seconds, you know. There you go. All good. Yeah. So that was good. I enjoyed being there. Hello, June. The only downside was that I didn't have a card machine, and I hadn't thought about it. Oh, there's 2 of me. I didn't know that. Sorry, guys. I was echoing. Back, Cassandra. Got that. Oops. How will I do in the beauty industry if I get my cosmetology license? I went to cosmetology school, but lost some inspiration. To get my license. Okay. Okay, we're going through all of this. Okay. So, you said, okay, how would I do? Okay. So, you're coming out of like this. Oh, why? My camera's decided to. My camera's just gone. Give me a second. I'm hoping it's going good, but you know, it's decided to freeze on me. So, you know, not a good start of the stream. Actually, in the actual. Come on. Play with me. Don't just disown me, okay? Camera, behave. If you don't behave, I will replace you. Okay, right. So there's kind of a lot here, so we'll unpack this very quickly because you're probably just like waiting. Okay, so you're getting out of like a self-reflective state, understanding a lot more about yourself as a person. This has opened up quite a lot of avenues for you. And then it's just like that's the interesting part is like all of these things are coming in because you started to know a little bit more about yourself. There's kind of a feeling that you're talking a lot about this instead of doing anything about it. So there's kind of like the cards are saying talk is cheap. and we tend to talk a lot, but then we just don't do anything. Hello, Jean. How are you? But the whole idea is that you can get where you want, not that hard. I don't think that you need to just find your license, but there's kind of like a stepping up. Happy Taco Tuesday. So it's kind of like figuring out how quickly you can get to the next goal, the next step. Because the problem is with you talking about it, you start doubting yourself and you tend to then uh be drawn into this doubting, and then you don't do it because you're like it's not that easy. We have Taco Friday. Taco Friday, that sounds nice. I haven't had tacos in ages. um yeah, there's also this addiction to believing that your other half or someone will look after you or provide for you. So that's coming through a lot, is just like, oh, well, I don't have to worry so much. Maybe it's the whole idea of potential partner coming in instead of like supporting yourself a lot. That's coming through, and that kind of dulls the drive, you know? I love tacos any day of the week. Oh, I love, well, it's not Mexican food, but I love it, you know. Before anyone gets up where it goes, tacos are Mexican. I asked, like, one of my friends is Mexican, and he's like, don't come to Mexico. Yeah, because a burrito is just meat in a wrap, you know. Um, yeah, your heart is full right now, so there's no other space for something else to come in. So I think do your license first, clear up space in your life for anything else. But because then you have like space um to really like show, like, the thing is that all of this stuff that you want to add on to it, I don't think is that far away from anything you want. Like, you could probably be the first metaphysical beauty shop. You know, people would want to come in, get like some crystals on their third eye, and then get made over. You know, like you can sell people pretty much anything if they think it's worth it. Um, no drama there. And there's kind of like this fear of like, I don't know to let go. There's kind of like this feeling of, okay, let it go. And allow this thing to happen without too much constraint, because most of the time you're holding yourself back from really kind of opening your heart up to the possibilities. Because maybe like the biggest thing for me that's coming through is the fear of like, what if this is not like my path in life? And you have to realize that we live for a very long time. People will live average to 80 if you live in a first world country, you know. We have a very good standard of life. So a lot of times in life, you're going to be able to transition, and a lot of people call these seasons of life. And I think you have to leave one of the seasons behind in your life to give you a new season. Okay? So June is next, and then Jean. I hope that helped you, Azalea. I think I've given you more questions, but we'll get back to your questions. What will be the outcome from European Books Publishing be? Okay. No worries. Okay. Right. Okay. Firstly, I think, June, I'm picking up that you shouldn't be focused too much on like outside your sphere of influence. So, like, all of Europe, not so great. Where you live is better because the whole idea is there's kind of like this feeling of control. So, honestly, I do feel like the more that you can self publish and get this out, like word of mouth, is much better. I think when you actually get into driving the book sales, like the book sales will kind of pop off. It's not going to be that hard for this book to sell. However, there's also a feeling of um there's still like a feeling of unworthiness from you, June. Like the whole idea that you don't feel like you're there yet. Um, so there's kind of a feeling of like things falling out of your grasp if you don't understand that. So the one thing that I would say, June, is that uh, there's kind of like a feeling of that you need to promote this, whether this is on websites or in person yourself. There seems to be someone like a mentor that can help you as well. Like you should reach out to someone that that's in the publishing circles because they will help you a lot more. And then there's a feeling of like not getting as much options. So unless you get this kind of mentor, you're going to have a hard time trying to generate options on your own. Hmm. Emperor, Two of Wands. There's possibilities here, but I do feel like they're slow going. They're slow going, and they're kind of feeling like I honestly feel like while you're waiting for this to happen, um, that you should be writing another book because it feels like it's going to take a while. So, it seems like it's going to take you a while to get this book published. So, I would honestly say put the publishing on the back burner, get yourself the mentor that can help you with the kind of selling of the thing. Um, and also, there's kind of a feeling of like if you haven't got this already on Kindle, um, you might want to because there's kind of like this feeling of if you're just waiting for a physical book copy, it might be harder. There you go. Jean, what are Virgo's current thoughts and feelings about me? Well, is it edited now so you can put it on Kindle again? Yes. Okay, so Jean. Hello, Ariana. How are you? Welcome in. Okay, so. Right. Well, then just put it on Kindle and start writing the next book, okay? What are Virgo's current thoughts and feelings about me? This person's feeling like somehow they're kind of showing a brave face to the world. Like almost like they have plenty of people around them, like plenty of interest, Jean. I think there's this more peacocking in a way, like, oh yeah, I'm so great, I'm so amazing, you know? And that's one thing that's coming through is like them strutting around going, I'm so fancy. Um, However, I do feel like they showed you a lot of attention in the past, a lot more than they do now. And it could be just that um sometimes they can get through being very insecure because there seems to be a lot of insecurity even though they don't show it. This could be a sign that they have possible narcissistic traits, but everybody does, but it seems like they're high on that kind of more like feeling very insecure in themselves. So this is coming with some kind of like getting out of their self reflection phase. So I think that they've realized that maybe they were asking too much of you in the past. Yeah, it feels like they've untethered from family and friends a little bit more, and that means that they have to plan the relationship with you because without them knowing um how much their friends and family like you, there's no predictor for themselves how much they actually care for you. There's kind of a feeling of a step back, like, oh, I don't know whether I want this person completely, you know? That's not completely like the truth, but it's kind of a hard thing for them to kind of admit. Um, the magician in reverse and the reverse excitement. So this person's not daydreaming about you, and there's no like overwhelming excitement. So there's kind of like this feeling of this person doesn't lead with their heart first. I feel like they kind of lead with how other people think of their life first. There's kind of like this overwhelming feeling of like insecurity, and that comes through in their romantic relationships as well. They feel very distant from what they feel, and it could just be that underneath there's quite a lot of turmoil. You know that feeling of like you see the swan gliding across the water, and underneath the swan is like their legs going like this, and it looks like that they're not worried and they're not fine, but their legs are just going like that. That's kind of like this feeling that I get from this person. What do I feel? Yeah, I don't feel like this person's completely um invested in this kind of relationship with Eugene. And it could just be that at the moment they haven't really got to that truth of like you are the person that they want, and that's coming through quite a lot. And with them not being in the excitement or the imagination phase, it's kind of like you guys are passing like two ships in the night. Kind of like you are there, but you're not, you know? That's a big thing, you know? And that's important for both of you. So, yeah, it's kind of like this person feels like, yeah, I think that this person's got quite a lot of power in your relationship, mostly because I do feel like there's this overwhelming sense of like, oh, I might like this person, I might not, you know. There's kind of like the stepping away. But one thing that I would definitely feel is there's kind of this overwhelming insecurity, but there's also this feeling of that this person could be like a demisexual, someone that has problems actually having a romantic relationship until they're in it, you know? That could come up to that this person doesn't go with the crush first. They're very slow to get to know someone. So there you go, Jean. Ariana, do you have a question? You're the first mod in chat today. Karen must be coming in later. Oh, excuse me. That was a burp and a half. You know, if we don't have Ariana, Azalea, it's your turn again for a question. How is everyone today? I hope you guys are going well. If anybody's here but they're not a member, tomorrow is going to be the non-member stream. But then, it's easier to become a member, guys. You have then 2 whole streams that you can ask me anything. I don't know whether we've got Azalea or Ariana in. So, June and Jean, if you've got another question. Divine Soul, welcome in. Welcome to membership. How are you, my love? What is your question today, Divine Soul? Hi. Current feelings of Owen. Why is he not contacting me? There's kind of a feeling with this Divine Soul that he's knowing. Hello, Alexis. Welcome in. How are you? What's your question? I'll answer yours after Divine Soul. So, there's a feeling of that he knows that your heart is on the table, but then there's a feeling of kind of figuring out if this is the right person for him. So that's kind of like this feeling of like um, knowing that your heart is there. This can mean that Owen will wait for this to happen, you know? So there's kind of like this feeling of waiting for you, um, waiting, waiting for them to figure that out. Um, they know that when they're in a relationship with you, they're very satisfied, very full, but there's also a feeling of adventure, like taking on that next step. So it's kind of like Erwin shies away from very comfortable, like, periods of time. You know, that kind of comfort. He doesn't always want it. Feeling of carrying on and being in his headspace. So it kind of feels like he's going to be putting himself first for a little bit there. And there's like slow growing. So you might be biting off more than you can chew because with this, like Owen, he's like at the moment not giving you enough for like for me there's not enough here for you to exist on. Like honestly, you're giving quite a lot of yourself even if he doesn't think of it because he hasn't seen you in a while. It just feels like there's too much of you going out into the universe. I'm gonna ask one more question on top of this because I'm like, yeah, I was asking whether he'll wake up and figure that out, that you've been really like trying to reach him or whatever. And the Page of Cups upright means that he's probably not even like contactable right now. Like his headspace and his mind space is kind of like um getting obstructed, you know, like when we're we're looking into pots and the toilet bowl, you know, we're not really in a space of like seeing anybody around us. It's kind of like not even the self, it's more like that bigger uh, the bigger void, you know, like within ourselves, the bigger void. um and it kind of feels like at the moment there's no contact because he knows that you're still really open to him. um and you might decide, well, you know, if I'm waiting and you're in your headspace, that that might be time to really push the envelope and sit and go, well, you know, if you're not interested, then I'm going to move on. So there's kind of like this feeling of like him being in this void of mind, and it feels really weird because there was no struggling, but there's feels like he's just trapped in there, you know, like trapped in there, not coming out. And it could be just there's a sense of like self-pity that's attached to that. It's just like how can I explain it? It's like depression, but without the sadness, you know. Distracted with what? From that, it feels like the mind, you know, like the mind and the kind of headspace. You know, there's no distraction more than not knowing what he wants, not knowing what he needs. And that darkness of space, like would I say, the big black dog just swallowing him whole, because there's kind of like this absence of like emotion. There's nothing coming from him I can read. I can't just sit there and go, he's happy. He's not generating any kind of like emotion there. Like honestly, it seems like a long time. I will ask the pendulum for you. See ya. Thank you for the donation, my love. How long will he take? Pendulum, how many months? You gonna take? Is that two or one? The two. Yeah, I think it's two there. Yeah, 2 months. Going to take a while. Alexis, allow me to say yes first, and then I will come back to yours, because it seems like it's a very important question. Not that yours, Alexis, isn't. Okay. From this, there might be, let's say, some some kind of induction. So it might be that you go past your due date and you have to pick a date to be induced. I don't think that's a bad thing, but you're going to have that kind of bit where you're like, okay, like I have to induce the baby now. So it's going to be a little bit later to term. It's kind of like this feeling of manifest slowly. So just take your time, do it slowly. Kind of um picture what your life is going to be like after you have this baby. With the Queen of Cups and the Death, this is a transition card, so don't worry. Don't panic. A lot of people see the Death card and they're like, "Woo." This is transition. So with this card, I would definitely feel like you're transitioning in to motherhood. So I would honestly say that yeah, it's going to be a safe delivery. It's just like, um, yeah, manifest slowly, bring your things to life, but just slowly go with the flow with this. Don't stress yourself out. One thing that I would definitely feel is that you'll have to bring the baby's dad into the equation, because I feel like after you have birth, or between like where you are now and when you give birth, he's going to feel very left out. There's kind of a feeling of like not wanting to be like, um he wants to be included, but he's also kind of like a very emotional person. So sometimes that could be a little bit too much. So do try and give him like jobs or roles to do, because he needs to feel included. But from these cuts, I would say that you'll have a very healthy baby. Slowly just take your time to manifest or create things that you want, whether it's in nursery or things like that. But there's kind of like this feeling of this baby getting brought to term and being a little bit late, so you'll be inducing because this is dates, like the dates that they'll be like, okay, well, we have to induce now. So That's what coming up from the cards for you, Asaya. Thank you so much for that donation. Alexis says, what is UL feeling for me today? Has UL been thinking about me lately? Okay. There's a feeling like they want to be more in control of your life. There's kind of like this controlling aspect right now. It might just be because they, okay, with the King of Swords in reverse, there's kind of like this feeling of overwhelming control here. This person might just be very someone that wants to do things their way. That's what I'm feeling, Alexis. But the things that they're feeling for you today is like a thought of like celebration. This could be both of you getting married, but there's kind of like this celebration coming in for both of you. That's what they're thinking about. They were thinking quite a lot about like work or, in general. And they were thinking about going on holiday with you or spending time doing something with you. You're very welcome, Jean. So that's coming up very, very much is just like they were thinking about doing things, doing things with you. I feel like they're a doer more than they are like just a relaxed person. What control? It could be that control doesn't mean like what you think it does. It can mean that this person feels like you're them, they're theirs. So sometimes it's hard for people because when we label something, it's important for us because then we sit there and go, okay, that person's ours, or um, they have that control over their kind of feeling that you are still theirs, you know. Not that it's like a physical control. It's more like, okay, you know. The thing that I would say is that Alexis, this King of Swords in reverse, is anger. So it could be that yeah, there's kind of this feeling of control and anger. So that's something. So what have they been thinking about today? Like in general, they've been out of their headspace. So they've got out of their headspace about you, but now they're physically stuck. So it's kind of like this person might feel this anger towards you, but this is kind of making them physically stuck wherever they are. And they're struggling and they're winning. So it feels like if they're going to be getting out of this anger quite soon. Can you find what grudge? Well, it's probably something that you haven't done. Because with the magician, this is like imagination, ideas. So it could be that they imagined a perceived slice that you did. This makes perfect sense. This is usually how people tend to feel, like done with, like hey, this is what's happening. So that's one big thing that I would say is kind of like, oh, um I know that they said that or they did that, and it's not. It's their imagination overriding what you said or how you said it. We all have that in our brain, but this person's taken it one step further. Oh, there you go, Alexis. So honestly, I don't think that it's anything to do with you. And this person might normally do that with people in general. Will they contact you soon? I feel like they will, just because we have the Seven of Wands and the Two of Swords. So Two of Wands, sorry, excuse me. But I do feel they're going to contact you soon. I'll ask the pendulum for you. Is there anyone else that's come in that wants an answer? Because if there's someone else that's been waiting a while, then I will take your answer before Divine Souls. But if there's no one and everyone's just being patient, I will do Divine Souls. Is this weeks or months? So it's like 2 months from now. So it's going to take them a while to get over it. You got a super chat? I did, Jean. I did it. That was a while ago, Jean. Um, you can Divine Soul, but there's a lot of people around. So if Jean wants a message, or June, or Aldonia, then I will do their questions. Divine Soul, did Erwin take any kind of reading? That's okay, Jean. That's fine. I know we're all going to be a thing. Did Owen take a reading? You might have watched some of the readings that you have online. You're very welcome, Alexis. So he's kind of, yeah, I don't think that he's taken a reading, but he's been watching these. Because that seems to be the case. I don't think it's watch the readings which I take online, but more the readers that you tend to watch. Yeah, so he's trying to get into this idea of like readings because it's something that you're very passionate about. But he's not. So the whole idea is he's probably done a couple of picker cards, and so the cards have said, okay, like your relationship's fallen down a little bit, but there's new opportunities, new ways of getting together. They've said that you're very compatible with your partner, and there's feels of like he's done another one that said, okay, like your mental worries are going to ease. Thank you, Sepaha, for welcome to the Mystic members. Did you see? I don't think recent readings. I think it's more like he knows which ones you watch, so he's been like watching the same tarot readers as you are. So that's one thing that I pick up. But there's a feeling of like his mental worries are going to ease. Thank you, Jean. I appreciate that. The other thing is that it's just like I think this is not from a reading. It's more like how can I explain it? He does feel alone. There's kind of like this feeling I'm not looked after, I'm not cared for. And that kind of harkens back to how he feels in general. So I do feel like he's done a couple of pick your card readings, but not anything big, okay? Divine Soul, I will do your reading after everybody else's, unfortunately. I'll be back to your question. Zebaha says, do you see me getting married before 2025? Thank you, Divine Soul. Um, do you see me getting married? Okay, there's no marriage cards coming up, so there's no big ones where I could say yes straight away. Um, there's kind of like this feeling of heartbreak from someone that's very close to you, Sebaha. So that's coming up a lot. So that's a thing that I would say. This person's had a crush on you for quite a while, so that's kind of really coming through. The Hermit. At the moment, you're avoiding other people. So I honestly feel like you need to get a hold of your anxiety and you need to just trust the universe that you're going the way you're going. There's a other thing that I would say to you is that you're probably worried too much about the idea of marriage, not the actual like how you're going to get to that point, you know, that bit where it's more the compatibility that you'll get from other people than, um, just worrying about marriage. I think that it will be important. At the moment, you're like, this is why I say 2025 feels like it's too early for you, Sebaha, because that's important. There's kind of like you're undermining yourself, like you've got like this weakness coming through for you. Um, and there's kind of like this feeling of that you've got to step up into like who you are in the future, because then you will have like a person that is your perfect partner, because then you'll be like, no, this is exactly who I want, instead of like, oh, I don't know yet. There's kind of like this feeling, I don't know. I want someone to get married to, not I know who I am and I know the person if they're not compatible with me, you know? So that's one thing that I would say. So at the moment, no to 2025. However, I do feel if you just get out of your shell and stop being so anxious, that you can follow the wheel of fortune and trust yourself. And I feel like as soon as you step up into a career or step up into a higher level position of your own, whether this is working for yourself or working for others, you start sitting there going, this is who I want. This is the person that will match my energy. And so therefore you have this idea of who you need in your life. And then you'll have the category of, okay, well, this person doesn't earn as much as me per year. Okay, they're going to get jealous. They're not going to want the same things. Okay, so that's important. Okay. Okay, so Azalea. Does Alan have romantic feelings for Kristen? We recently reconciled after being separated for 2 years, but this girl messaged him. Oh my. Now the question is, Azalea, are you jealous? You're very welcome, Deborah. Okay, Azalea, it seems like this person, like Alan, has no. Yeah, so Sabaha, you'll be after. Yeah, Jean's working hard on it. Thank you. So yeah, he's not working hard with this relationship at all. Um, yeah, there's kind of like this feeling of cutting down this connection. So they might have been on track to becoming something, or this person thought. So let's say Kristen maybe thought that they were going to get together, you know. So there's kind of like this feeling of that there is pressure from his friends and family to really kind of force these people apart. And it could be just that yeah, like his friends and family are like, no, she's not good for you, or something like that. There's kind of like this overwhelming urge from other people around him to kind of separate them. The thing is that you are the one that he picked, the one that he wants to have a home with. So that's important, Azalea. That's something that you should think about. Yeah, I think that this relationship won't go for very long. This Kirsten and Alan. So, like, Kristen will keep on messaging him until he just cleans up the thing. So it'll be like, done, bye. And then you'll be happy, you'll be ecstatic, but you can't show that ecstaticness yet. You just have to wait. Because it's coming, and it's going to come quite soon. Because I do feel like she's not respecting the boundaries. She keeps constantly texting him and stuff like that, and he's going to like sit there and go, that's enough, like um so I think that he's pretty good at commitment. However, there's kind of also this added pressure of things like that. Okay, so it's June's question. How will my life be in 3 years from now? Okay. No worries. Okay, so at the moment you're feeling very put out. Very put out. It's like nothing in your life feels like it's succeeding. And you just you just have to sit there and wait for other people to come in and help you out. So sometimes we can help out ourselves, but there's kind of like this feeling of like, yeah, that 3 years from now you'll be like juggling your life quite successfully. So there's kind of like this feeling of writing down your goals right now for achievement in 3 years. So there's kind of like this feeling of working that out, juggling that. So it's kind of like you're going to be quite I don't like I can't just say quite successful. It's like you are going to like conventions or something, or like small writer places, and you're kind of like this cult fiction writer, like almost like you have your own little following, and you're content. You're like, I made it. And so therefore everything seems to be looking up for you, because finally you've got some kind of comfort. uh please, Tiari, because you haven't put the question down. Can you email me, please, please, my love? Because it's not gonna show you up right now. Please email me. I will do your reading straight after the live. Because at the moment, so if you're like, I can't find your email, it is mystic Cassandra tarot at gmail.com. Please email me over there because I can't see your question. So I feel that, yeah, I'll email your reading to you, okay? Um, so the next one, June, is that you, yeah, at the moment you're chasing money, and in the future you'll be understanding a lot more about like just follow the passion, follow the kind of trail. So it's kind of like you understand how money happens. So you're going to be more in a perspective of I'm not chasing money, I'm following my dream. I'm not like almost like you're crowdfunding yourself or creating small stories for other people, and that kind of keeps you going. It could be also that you start um writing things down. So it's kind of like you start creating like little writing classes and stuff like that. There's kind of like this feeling of opening yourself up to what if. I don't feel like you let yourself be yourself, June. So there's kind of like this feeling of like you don't like yourself. Like um pushing away your inner child or pushing away like that aspect of playfulness or creativity. And this is coming back in the future as like ideas, letting yourself be playful. One thing that's coming through, which is weird, is like Neil Gaiman, like that kind of writing style of, how can I explain it? The writing style of being slightly off, like he's got a kind of eccentric writing style. And I think that you'll get to that point where you'll be like, oh, I'll just create the weird things in my mind because that's important. Like Stephen King kind of esque. But I think it's more Neil Gaiman that's coming to mind. Yeah, so a lot of things that you have now, you're going to abandon. So this was kind of like a mass exodus. So there's kind of like this feeling of like letting things go, and like there's a death card. So you're going to transition on, and this is going to make you more successful because you don't stay um too much on one thing. So you're always constantly flowing from the next thing to the next thing. So it gives you time to go, okay, well, I'm not going to worry about it so much, okay? So that's like you in 3 years, June. Jean says, how is the Virgo's divorce going? You know, Virgos and their divorces. No, I'm kidding. My dad is a Virgo, and he's happily married to my mom, which was kind of weird growing up. That I hadn't realized that there was so many people that had divorced parents. And yeah, it was kind of a weird thing to realize like how many people, because like when you're a kid you don't think about it's kind of a weird thing. You don't think about other people as much. And when you're like older, you're sitting there going, okay, actually. Right. So Jean, how is oh yeah, like honestly, he feels like the court is in her favor. Um which it probably is. Um and the wisest thing is just to wait for it to pass, you know. Um the moon. There's kind of like a lot of mess coming from other people. So it's kind of like because they've been together for so long, this divorce is having a big impact on their friends. So it like how can I explain it? The divisions there. Like honestly, he's got to clean up his stuff. His friends and family are not very happy with him. That's a big thing. King of Swords. I think he is very angry about what's happening. She's comfortable. So it's kind of like this feeling of that she got the best out of this situation. And I do feel like all the way through she's got the best point of view. But him being angry about that is not going to help, you know? So there's just like this feeling of like he does have like a temper. There's an underlying feeling of sharp anger. Um, yeah, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't feel like the court is going in the wrong way. You know, like, oh, this is unfair. You know, like it's unfair that I have to pay her anything, or like that whole idea that she's walking away with the better deal here. Um, there's also heartbreak. Like there could be that feeling of like heartbreak, very strong heartbreak, and it could be just because he always thought that they would be together. There's kind of like this feeling of um yeah, like this strong feeling of just can't believe it, you know. We got in a fight because he's take. Yeah, it is kind of weird with guys, to be honest. They'll wait and they'll bottle up that anger until it's too much, you know? Like, women will actually stop to unbottle that cork, and that could be just like, you know, he makes lots of money still, you know, when like honestly, I don't feel like he did treat her very nicely in the relationship because they're cups and the swords. So, like honestly, this if they were upright is like the perfect power couple. So there's kind of like this feeling of how can I explain it? So this always feels like the 1950s couple. So you have the very dominating masculine figure, the one that wants the woman to kind of placate him. Um and sometimes this works very well because then this cups kind of has this very loving kind of feeling of like mothering, caring, nurturing. So this is like the perfect kind of like, you know, old fashioned vibe. And that's what I usually read it as is like that's kind of the vibe that you get. Um and kind of like that feeling. But I do feel with the King of Swords in reverse, he was very much like this in their relationship all the time. Um, Swords upright are not bad. They're actually quite charismatic. They can be leaders. They want the best out of people. Like I honestly think that I want people to grow. I want people to think. He thinks you're too nice. Yeah, like honestly, he's probably seeking the same person to push around, to be honest, from this. Um, but he's heartbroken, but he's seeing other options. So it's kind of like this person's, yeah, you know, that I can't be real. Yeah, it's fine. It's a weird feeling I'm getting from these cards. And one thing that I would say, and it's a weird thing, so don't like, the one thing that I'm picking up is she cheated so she could get out of the relationship, which does happen. Does happen a lot. So, yeah. Honestly, I don't know. If he doesn't hold on to, like, if he keeps on holding on to this anger the way that he's holding on to it, he can be a real, mm, you know. So yeah, there you go, Jean. Alexis, your question next. So what did I mean by weird? Like, the anger that King of Swords, or swords can display is like a very strong, like, cutting anger. Like, it doesn't mean that they don't have that towards themselves as well. So sometimes, like, I can read this card and go, they have that kind of deep anger towards themselves. I bring up Queen of Swords for myself, so I do know quite a lot of swords. But yeah, there's kind of like a difference between king and queen kind of energy. Like, obviously other people will view this card differently, so sometimes people will be like, well, swords don't have anger issues, but um I always find it funny because with the fire energy of the ones that, yeah, it kind of feels like they have that kind of under control. Their egg goes to creative endeavors instead of like cutting people. Um, Alexis says, "Can I do a general for you?" Of course, my love. Okay. That was like a celebration. Yeah, I can pull out a extra card for that. Yeah, I do feel like this person wants to come back in contact with you, so it could be that instead of like the holiday, like a vacation in the future, it could have been some really nice memory in the past. But I do feel like they're getting to the point that they're understanding that they kind of cut down the contact. Like, it was their fault. But it's going to take them a while to realize it's their fault instead of like them holding on to something that didn't happen. Okay? There you go. So your general for you. Yeah, at the moment, there's kind of a couple of things that are getting highlighted, which are a little bit, not scary, but a little bit kind of strange for me. So I'm gonna point these things out. I should get my light to be over the top, because it's not. Give me a second. See if, that's good. That's a little bit better. Cross lights. Um, so there's kind of like this feeling of, um yeah, that life is not particularly kind at the moment, and you should be kind of figuring out like what's on the horizon for you, like planning for the future instead of focusing on what you can't do about that, focus on like what you can do. Um, there's also a feeling of like giving up and walking away from friends that aren't going to look after you or protect you. So there's kind of like this feeling of you've stayed in kind of things that haven't been serving you very well, and that's coming towards you in general. It's like those things have had a big profound impact on you. Um Instead of like you letting them go, letting the friendships, the people that don't want to actually spend that time. Like the question would be like, if you've got friends that if you were in trouble and you ask them like, can I have a couch to stay, they would say no straight away. Like not even like, oh, but I have kids, like they might wake you up. So that's the case. Like I do feel like you've got to figure out how you're going to get out of these situations where you're just taking crap from other people. Taking crap from other people and not getting it yourself. Like not having people kind of have your back or kind of give you opportunities. You're kind of the person that gives a lot and doesn't get anything back. There's a feeling of saving for your ideas. So it's like saving for a rainy day, but investing these in ideas that you have. So at the moment, you're probably sitting there going, oh, but I don't have anything. I don't, like, honestly, Alexis, you need to save up and you need to kind of work on those ideas because your ideas are great. I think that they just need the money, you know? The sun. Okay, so there seems to be some love coming in for you. And with the sun, keep your happiness to yourself. Keep your joy, your very essence of being to yourself. Like how can I explain it? When we have like people that are walking around like they have a secret in themselves. Like they have that kind of like cheerful vibe, but you can't just like sit there and go, oh, like, are you happy? They're like, oh, it depends today, Almost like this Marilyn Monroe vibe without being too put on, Like, honestly, she was a very smart lady. Um, but there's kind of like this feeling of keeping your happiness to yourself, keeping your inner like radiance to yourself. So therefore you radiate outside. So you kind of radiate from the inside out. And this is going to attract love to you. This could be, yeah, I do feel like it's kind of like someone coming in for you that's very strong. There's also seems to be someone coming in from your past. The Tower in reverse is like a reconcilement. But this is coming in with King of Pentacles. So, King of Pentacles in reverse is too very focused on money. They could be a workaholic, but they tend to, what they do is they chase the money. And if you don't know already, don't chase money. It could be UL if that's coming up very strongly. Don't chase money because it runs away. It's a weird thing. And it's a funny thing to say, but you usually have it and you're like, oh crap, this person's obviously um trying too hard and it's not happening. So that's what's coming up for you. Who's next? Is it Divine Soul? Did we check? Okay, okay. Divine Soul! Does Owen love me miss me? Does he still access my emails and try to get information? You're very welcome, Alexis. Email, try to get information about me from somewhere. Thank you guys for being all members. Thank you, Jean, for keeping a list on who's here. I definitely appreciate it. Okay. Um, does he miss you? There's kind of like this feeling that he does miss you because yeah, he was expecting, and I don't, it's weird. Maybe it's kind of like you were doing something like gift giving or like money wise. It's like buying a cup of coffee for him or something, and he kind of misses it because it was a daily treat. Um, but because Queen of Pentacles is here, it might be monetary because if it was anybody else, I would say it's feelings wise. That looks amazing. Thank you. Good. Where do I put food? Oops. Sorry, Petulim. You have to share. I'll get to the food next. um. So yeah, he does miss you. There's kind of like this feeling of like connectedness or love. Hmm. Yeah, like honestly, he loves you because you're very compatible with him. So it's kind of like this feeling of, um, how can I explain it? It's not like the deep love of lovers, but it's more like you understood him, you got him. So that was the big thing of love. Um, the thing is that it's kind of weird thing because you're asking like a certain thing that's coming through the cards that you haven't asked in things, and you're like, well, how many options does he have? Like is there one person more than me? And it's kind of like this feeling of like he's honing down on who he wants to be with, and there's kind of like struggling and winning. So I do feel like he's taking his time to realize that you are the right person. It's just like this feeling of like he has to be sure, he's got to be right. Does he check your emails? I definitely feel so. There's still like this feeling of connectedness, like logging in, checking what you're talking about. But I feel like this fear has been more in the past than the present. He's still like holding on in fear, but I do feel like this is starting to fade for him. So there will be less and less trying to like connect. I think he's seen you talk to friends. This could be also that there's someone that he thinks is a romantic interest because it's like flirting, like playful chat. So it's kind of like friends or something like that that's coming through very strong for that. So that's what I would say for that. Um it could be just that he's when people are unsure of their own mind. So that's one thing that I would say is he's very unsure about his mind. And this comes back to like his business um failing and stuff like that, is that he doesn't trust himself. There's a big feeling of trust. Um no, he's checking your emails to see the playful chat. So the whole idea is like the discussions of your friends and you know, like checking in and making sure. So yeah, like he just doubts himself quite a lot. Give me minute, Sebaha. I'm gonna have some food. A little bit of food. Not by much, but a little bit. Mm, it's alright. Yeah, I've got to say that. Tarot is for entertainment purposes only. You cannot have any understanding that it's not. I went to the tarot fair, like the psychic fair, and someone's like, "You should have a disclaimer." I'm like, "Oh." It's hard now. I think. Hello, Beverly. How are you? I always think that tarot is a guideline. You know, people could change the present, change the future if they know what the present is. Hello, Beverly. I am going good. Apparently, I got food, so. Hmm. I would not say any hex. Maybe a little bit of a spell, but I don't feel like it's um I would say it's quite loose, you know. So like honestly, there's a King of Swords that is flirtatious or wants to be with you. So this person's got quite a lot of like mind on you. So I don't know whether I call it a loose spell, but it's not a spell, more like an intention. They might be repeating affirmation. So yeah, there's kind of like that feeling. With Queen of Cups, why you're feeling like there's a spell is the Temperance in reverse card. So that's kind of coming through is like you're not in control of your life right now. Um and that's showing up. And it could just be that you need to put your things in order, you know? So I don't think it's a malicious. There's no malicious attack. The temperance in reverse, though, it could be that you're kind of not looking after your diet and you're not looking after your lifestyle. So it's kind of like that's important. Hmm. It feels like a buildup of fluid as well. So it could be that there's kind of like a feeling of blood, like the blood and the bile are off kilter. So there's kind of a feeling that you should check, like blood wise and urine wise, because that's important. Wheel of Fortune. You should trust the universe that you're guided where you're going. Knight of Cups. You've got to get out of your headspace. So there's kind of like a feeling of like your headspace is kind of directed towards this, without realizing if you get out of your headspace and you like work towards like seeing clearly, I don't think you'll have a problem. Actually, look at that. Yeah, I think like blood and urine would pick it up because there's like this feeling of like imbalance in like with the temperance is water, but it feels like if you're really asking about the body, it's like the water parts of your body are not in alignment with yourself. So if they have done a blood check, you might want another one. If they haven't done a urine test, I would suggest getting one. But yeah, there's no kind of like spell, like there's no darkness here. So here you've got King of Swords that is clarified by 3 cups. You've got the Magician, you've got Two of Pentacles, Queen of Cups, Temperance in reverse, Wheel of Fortune, and 9 of Cups. Okay, there you go. Yeah, but there's no malicious that there's nothing particularly but there is kind of like this intention towards you of love, and this person's quite strong, so magician's ideas. Beverly, your question first, my love, and then I will do Azalea's. So imagine like the magician is imagination, downloads from the universe. And the magician's very strong, but he works in the state of ideas. He's not fully fledged. So if you think about it, you have the magician. Thank you, Azalea. You have the magician. You have the high priestess. The high priestess for me is manifestation, because she works in the idea of secrets. She is the secret giver. She is the whole idea of the inner voice. She is the one that shows you the way, kind of thing. And then you have the Empress, which is a card of fertility, creativity, bringing to life something. Do we have Beverly? Is Beverly still here? If Beverly's ducked out, then I'll do yours, Azalea. Hmm. She might have had to answer the door for the postman. Azalea has Abbas driven by the house or checked on me. I dreamt of him the other day and not in contact anymore. Yay! Actually, it's funny. You say it's like 2:02. I look down and it's like 8 o'clock. So it's like 8 minutes past like 80, like 20:02, because it's 24-hour time. Funny. Um, so has Albus driven by the house or checked out on me? Oh yeah, yeah. I tend to have tarot later because and I tend to like finish up at 12 o'clock and go to bed, and I'm like trying to keep my eyes open. I'm like stumbling up the stairs, like you know. Um, I think that he hasn't driven by your house because there's kind of this feeling of not. Or maybe trying to check in on you, but you haven't been at home. That I'll take from that reading is like you might have been, like there and then you've left and then he's tried to check. Um so it's kind of an interesting thing. The cards are saying that you're not in contact too, but good news is coming in because of this connection. So I do feel like you might be coming in contact or you'll hear from him about something. Justice upright. There's a feeling like divine is challenging this. It's kind of a feeling of like maybe this was divinely orchestrated and that you should trust the universe that it's guiding you where you need to go on that. And it could be just that because you're dreaming about him, that the cards are like, be patient. And there's kind of a feeling that you want to be in control of this, but you um should let go of that control and allow like new love coming in. Okay? So it kind of feels like in general like is the universe has got other plans um for you. But yeah. It's weird that you feel like you want to control this situation. It You might be one of those people that just can't let things go. Like it might be time that you kind of deal with some things just naturally, just let them go, allow them to pass. Beverly says, how does Cayenne feel after my last text message? Will he contact me? Do 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 do. Ooh, okay, right. No worries. Okay, so this feels interesting because he thinks that you have someone else. That's why you're texting him in that particular way. So it kind of feels like this person doesn't trust you that you don't have someone else. Um I think that you should be more focusing on yourself because I think that you're great at being like, how can I explain it? You can make your own home. You don't need anybody else to do it for you. The hanged man in reverse means that he's scared of dropping into this connection, letting go, allowing things to naturally happen. He's very scared of like the next step. And with the Page of Swords, he's also like being like deceitful. And I don't feel like this is self-deception. This is more like lying to you about his kind of like where he wants to go in life. So it's kind of like this person wants the best of both worlds without like putting his like like committing, you know. It's kind of like this feeling of like, oh, you know, like she's not gonna be any wiser, which you are. And yeah, this kind of text has cut very deeply to the matter. So I do feel like he feels heartbroken and that you're meanie. Um yeah, so Queen of Swords reversed. is not particularly a happy buddy, you know? Not particularly like happy, you know? Um and it's a good point. Like sometimes like people wind up the Queen of Swords, especially if the Queen of Swords thinks um that people are kind of taking her for stupid, you know. Like some other cards will be like, oh yeah, yeah, they don't mean it. Like swords, as soon as they're like, no, you're just taking me for a fool, they just, you know, they can't take it as much as the rest of the card deck, because they're quite intelligent. So if someone's treating them like stupid, they're like, no, no. So that's coming through for you. Okay, Beverly? Will he contact you? It's kind of interesting because I'm going to. No worries, Cecilia. Yeah, he's gonna take his time. He's gonna figure out the wisest way that he's going to do this. So this is gonna take him next month, I think, Beverly, for him to really like put it down on paper, like what he's going to do. Because I do think you've thrown a curve, like a curveball at him, you know? You're very welcome, Beverly. I hope that helps tremendously. Okay. June, are you still here? I'm gonna eat some of my stuff. Mm. What is your next question? Thank you, Jean. Do you want to come a mod? You do everything a mod would do, you know? Okay. What is the most positive thing that'll happen to you this year? So we'll go through a couple of things. So I don't think that there's just one thing. I think that you're going to land on your feet compared to what other people say. You're very scared of something happening, and a lot of other people are being very discerning as well. They're like, oh, you know, um, you're never going to do this, you're never going to make it. And no, you're going to prove them wrong this year. So look forward to that. Page of Swords. You're deceiving yourself about how much control you have in some parts of your life, and you should allow the universe to naturally carry you to a better situation. So you should take in some guidance. This can be intuition as well. But in general, the Wheel of Fortune is to trust the universe. There's kind of like this plan. Compared to like you kind of like not listening to that, and you're like, no, it's not not the thing, you know? Instead of just allowing it to naturally be. Page of Cups. Justice. Yeah, I think that you'll be coming closer to some form of divinity. So you'll be taking like a spiritual journey or a spiritual path this year that gives you closer to some sort of peace, some sort of enlightenment. Um, and that gives you kind of a little bit more, less worry, I guess. That's what I would say. The less worry is coming very, very strongly through that. There seems to be someone interesting in your life. This could be a new lover on the horizon, but there seems to be some kind of flirtatious encounter. This, if you do have a partner, could be a great friend, you know? They don't have to be like romantic flirting, it could be playful flirting, but there's kind of like this feeling of like a deeper connection. And with the High Priestess, you're manifesting this in, so this is going to be not that far away. It seems like you have like a feeling of that you'll bring this person in for you, even though, oh, don't worry, June, we've all been there. um, it's all good, you know. You learn plenty of lessons for the first time around. So the High Priestess is good. That'll give you this kind of manifestation of someone that you really want to connect with. This could be actually a fellow writer that you develop this kind of romantic bond with, because there's a feeling of like words there. So there you go. Okay, who's next? No worries, June. I didn't want to talk with my mouth full. Thank you. After our fight last week, Virgo hasn't communicated with me. What will he say when I hear from him again? Ah. That he's disappointed. He thought that things were going well. Why have you put the span in the works? Kind of thing. Like, it's more like your fault, I guess, from this current kind of feeling. Temperance and reverse. There's kind of something like coming to terms with something. So I think that he's going to admit something. Um, there's going to be more like he hasn't been in control for a very long time. So there's kind of like this feeling of admitting something. With the temperance in reverse, this could be Elisa. Of course, you could just put your question down. Welcome in. Um, might be that he is used to drinking his problems away. Jean, that's one thing that's coming through. With the temperance in reverse, this can be very strong. There's a temptation for him to say that he's looking somewhere else. So there's kind of like, oh, well, yeah, I think this is taking over his life a little bit. And he will admit that he's got a problem, which is good. That's the first step of recovery. Queen of Pentacles. He understands if you want to move on or seek something elsewhere. That's going to be what he puts in this message. Okay? So there you go. Elisa, what is your question? Because then you will be added to the around. Um, you know. Turning right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Hmm. Yeah. With that temperance in reverse, I was like, no, I think this is joking. Sometimes it can be just like you have spent a long time. And this is why, guys, if you have any tarot decks, just practice with them. Because sometimes, like, when I started reading, I wouldn't have got that. I would have been like, well, there's quite a lot of chaos in his life. Did we have a question from Elisa? If not, we'll we'll go to Lexus. Um, I can't see it. Elisa, maybe try again. Hmm. Give me 1 second. Oh, thank God. That's one thing that I have with chili. Does anybody else get that? Like, you eat chili and suddenly you just sneeze. Someone's like, I think you're allergic to chili now. I'm like, okay. I think it's just because I eat too fast sometimes and I inhale the chili instead of actually eating the chili. Oop. Current situation of R and his next actions towards me. Excuse me. So this death card, okay. So one thing's going on is that he's actually transitioning to a new cycle. However, the fear remains the same. So it's kind of like a weird thing where things overall are getting better for him, but the fears that are still like trapping him to some bits of the past, that's important. he's doing great, except for like I don't know, like talking to people, I guess. That's one thing that's coming through is he's juggling everything but people. And with you, it's kind of a weird thing where this person doesn't want to be friends. They want the romantic partnership, but they don't want the friendship part of it. Um, so do figure out, like, honestly, at the moment, I would say that he wants this situationship more than anything else because without like friendship and just like the flirting, it kind of feels like this person just wants to have this kind of connection that they don't have to worry about, you know. Um, King of Swords and High Priestess. In general, he's manifesting you into his life. So it does feel like if he kind of gets over his fears, I'm sure that he would come in as a bigger romantic partner for you, instead of like being on the outside. Because he's in a good place right now. So I think other than fear, could be also that he hasn't got over like the pandemic. Like the pandemic's coming through, like the whole idea of staying away from other people, manifesting you in his life. So there's kind of like this feeling of like he wants something and you're the that kind of energy he's seeking, you know? So yeah, that's coming through. So I don't think that he's really progressing on. There'll be some flirting or some playful nature, but I don't think that he's really working towards this connection. So there you go. Yeah, with the manifestation card, that means that he could be coming back to your life. And with this death card, I think that there might be a very possible thing of him coming back. If you do want a time frame or you want me to like clarify that, I will use the pendulum for that. So is this correct? Yeah. So he's coming back in for you. When? How many weeks? Are you sure about that? It says 2 weeks. And it's being very adamant about that, so you know. Who are we on? We're on Alexis now. Sebaha. Give me 1 second, Alexis. Mm. No worries, Elisa. So, Alexis and then Divine Soul. Why did my dad block me after I forgave him for leaving me for 18 years? We only talked for a few months and now no contact for 2 years because he blocked me and changed my number. His number. Um. Okay. There was a feeling that your dad thought that you were after his money. So there was kind of a feeling of that you just wanted this contact because of money. It reminded him a lot of the past and that he didn't want to actually like leave, or that was kind of like this feeling of like, he was struggling with the past and he resolved it because he talked to you. So there was kind of like this feeling of accepting the past, even though that's the case. He resolved the societal problems. So because he came into contact with you, society is now not like forgiven him for his wrongdoing. Um, I do feel like he's going to be coming in for you again, especially when he's older, because it seems like you'll be, um, yeah, I think you'll be in a better place, um, financially, and he will need some kind of care. Um, and then you'll be like, well, when that happens, what do you do? Like, do you accept him or do you just turn him away and go, you're not my dad? That's coming in. But I do feel like with this kind of fear right now, he can be quite a kind of feeling of like, I've got my money now, that's all they want is my money, when they are not going to look after their money and they're coming back to you to look after them. So that's going to, yeah, you know, you might be a better person by then and turn the other cheek, but I know most people would be like, well, I feel like this is going to be a process of several years. I'll ask the pendulum, but from what I'm getting is at least 5 years. So, you know, how many years? You really wanting that one? So, about 8 years from now. So, 8 to 9 years. Which, by that time, he's probably going to be quite old. So, you know. He's going to be like, well, can you pay for care? And you're like, no. Cassandra, the messy puppy, dropping her celery on the floor. No worries, Alexis. Does it usually take this long for me to eat? I'm sorry, guys. Done. Okay. Um, can I take 5, Divine Soul? I will be right back. I'm just going to take my plate to the kitchen. Thank you, Jean. Divine Soul. With when will it be this year? I want to remain an optimist. They're the best people in the world. Optimists. They can get quite annoying. I know that that's a trait that I have, is like permanent optimism. Okay. There's a temptation here to just focus on the inner world. So focusing on Owen, focusing on this situation, when you should actually step outside your comfort zone and seek a lot more things for yourself. Owen's coming back, so this hangman means that he's naturally going to drop into this connection. However, you have to figure out whether you should. There's like fear in the past for you that's really strong and very powerful, Divine Soul. And that was like you had to walk away from something, and it was quite a big thing. And the fear that leads you back to that is still there with you, Divine Soul. Um, and this is pretty important. Like, the cards are really coming as this is importance for you because you treat things as being as heavy as this situation when it's not. So that kind of feels like you need to let go of this, even though it's going to be hard and painful, because with this fear, you've you've thought that it's kept you safe for a very long time? Hmm. There's a feeling that you need to come out of your shell. Like at the moment, you're really not showing the better, not the better sides of you because you're already, um, you're not ready to show like how can I explain it? Like I'm getting this feeling of this sparkly dress, Divine Soul. I don't know whether you have like a sparkly dress, but it's kind of like showing off the kind of sparkles of yourself. But it's more like a physical form, so that's why I said a dress. But it's kind of like showing the kind of you know, like New Year's party dress with the sparkles. Um, but the kind of like showing that aspects of your personality because you tend to hide the playful the showing of the playfulness that you have. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's like you should be wearing something like that more often. It's weird. I don't know why. Like the sparkly things are interesting. I don't know why this is coming up because I it doesn't have a tie-in with Owen even though it seems like you're going to attract people to you because of sparkles. Like how can I explain it? Like a magpie, like sparkly things. Like humans are very much like, ooh, sparkly thing, you know? Um, not say that like, oh, it's a magpie, but you know, it seems like the playfulness, like you don't always show that. You show like the how can I explain it? The studious like how can I explain it? The studious accountant. Like you're very good at balancing numbers or like being able to be very proficient and you don't show that side of you very much. It's kind of like this feeling like you have to get drunk to show that side of yourself. Um, I don't know whether you drink, but there's kind of like this feeling of like stuff it. You know? I'm gonna go and sparkled. So yeah, um, I do feel like you need to show that more often. Okay. So there's no kids this year, but I do feel like with these kind of things, you won't stress about Owen, because with the Hangman, he's going to drop back into this relationship this year anyway. Um, and I do feel like you're going to be in a better position where you're like, okay, well, you know, whatever you choose in life, I'm going to go be over here with my sparkles. And with my, like, you know, this could be also like getting out and getting a new hobby. Like, and you're like, okay, well, sit on the couch then, you know? What about family next year? Let me get a clarification card and then we'll go to someone else's question. It decided that it was going to jump out. Oh, what did you want? Okay, let's go. I think you'll be in a better position for having kids next year. However, the cards are not thinking you'll have kids next year either. But there's kind of like this feeling of focusing your energy where it needs to flow. With the star is like work on yourself, grow yourself first, go with the flow, and you know, being a little bit less stubborn, you know. Your thyroid glands are slow? I'm sure I'm sure Divine Soul, there's a lovely surrogate out there for you. We'll find a way, Divine Soul. We'll find a way. If you want to wait for Owen, you know. When will you have a kid? Okay. When will you have a kid with Owen? And then I have to do someone else's. Are you really wanting that answer? Yeah. It's going 3 years. Sebaha says, is my FXFA still focused on me? If yes, why? How does he view me, thoughts and feelings for me? Oh my lord. Okay. That's a lot in one thing. Let's see how I go. Cause that might be like one of those things. Years, 3 years, 3 years, 3 years. Um, no, it's okay. That's fine. I could probably get through all of these in the same time, but that's okay. Like I'll just have to go with this. Is he focused on you? Not at the moment. There's kind of a feeling that he's guided to where he wants to go in life. So there's kind of like this feeling of not really focusing on anybody. How does he view me? Thoughts and feelings for you? Well, you are very good at creating things, manifesting in things in your life. However, because you're quite, how can I explain it? You're one of these people that might have, like, I don't want to diagnose you, so do realize I'm not a doctor. Like, some kind of underlying form of ADHD or very creative. So there's kind of like this feeling that mess follows you around. And that you might always be slightly more messier than he will like. Um, that's coming through. So, how does he compare him your to the new person? There's a feeling that he doesn't do comparison very well because he tends to keep that to himself. So he tends to not think about it very much because he knows that comparison is a root of all evil, you know? That's one thing that I would say. Is he the person that you saw putting the tension on me? No, he's not the person. There is some kind of control here, so therefore there's kind of like this energetic cord that needs to be cut between you, but he is not the right one. Okay? Yes, came back. What did you eat, Azalea? I'm sorry for making you hungry. I had 3 meals today. I'm like a hobbit. I've had breakfast and second breakfast and dinner. I'll kid you not. I had porridge this morning. For lunch, which was like 2 o'clock this afternoon, I had baked beans, eggs, hash brown, toast. You know, um, and then tonight, you obviously saw what I ate tonight, so I always find it funny because like um the other the other half tends to like cook same meals, but then doesn't let me cook, because apparently I make things messy. Would it be good idea to open up a metaphysical shop at my dad's warehouse? Okay. Right. Let me go through these. Ooh, okay. Okay. So the first thing that I would say to you is that you can put your mind to pretty much anything and work it out, but there's more like struggling and succeeding in the struggle. However, there might be that you're taking up too much space or crowding out the area that you want to put this in. So there's kind of like it won't have enough space, and you might be kind of weighing yourself down a little bit in this space. Page of Pentacles. Your weakness, there's a very strong weakness to not having enough financial knowledge. That's going to hold you back too. So you need to kind of understand your financial knowledge before you even start this up. So that's important. The universe is protecting you. However, there's kind of a feeling that because you're trusting the universe to flow with you, the Empress, the creativity side is blocked. So it's kind of like this feeling of like I was talking to a friend the other day and they had this like ideas and I was like, how quickly can you start something up? Have a prototype before you like build this big massive thing, because they were putting themselves in this big giant thing that I was like, oh, that's going to be very hard if it just doesn't work, you know? So that's important. The financial aspect is the biggest thing, is like the finances need to be okay before anything else. So I do feel like you could run this very small, like almost like a pocket metaphysical shop. So it's kind of like you walk around with it in your pocket. This could be online, but there's kind of like this feeling of how small can you make it, so therefore then you can have this. So like you know how you have a Tupperware party? Like can you bring this metaphysical shop to other people? Can you have this kind of class aspect of the Tupperware? I know the Tupperware has been and gone, but you know, that kind of feeling. If you make a lot of this like Tupperware shop aspect, yeah, definitely cut me a check, okay? Page of Cups and Queen of Swords. Okay. When you have to wait a long time and you gotta like think about it a lot, you get angry with yourself. There's kind of like this feeling of self-directed anger um towards yourself for not being so proactive. I know how this goes because this would be what I would do. Um I think that your thoughts and feelings are valid, so I would do like write down your pros and cons um about this. But yeah, I do feel like you could do it. You just need to have it more in a pocket. So kind of create this small thing, so therefore when it you get traction and it's going to be more mobile, then you know. I feel so lost sometimes. I see all these paths and I get paralyzed by decisions. Um like one book that I would say is Screw It, Let's Do It by Richard Branson. That probably is a good thing. And then what is it? There's a Gary V one, but I can't remember. Right Hook, I think. Those two books you should read. Because a lot of times if you're paralyzed by decisions, that happens to everybody, you know? It is screw it, let's do it. Okay. So yeah, it's jab jab right hook, I think. Those two. Let me find them for you. Jab. There you go. And then what is the other one? They shouldn't cost you so much, but they'll be good for you to have a look. So that Kindle one for Richard Branson's about £7, and the Jab Jab Right Hook is that's a little bit expensive, but I'm sure you can get a used copy. So you know, there you go. Okay, Ariana, how are you? No worries, no worries. So they should give you like a good like springboard, and then you can work on the next thing. How will the interview at Outback Steakhouse go? Ooh, bring me some steak. I should be like one of those people that goes, "Oh no, I do tarot and I am vegetarian." No, I like steak. I like meat, unfortunately. I live in the UK though. The world reversed. Uh-oh. No, that's not always a bad thing. So if you're looking at reversals, guys, that can mean being more in yourself, more in your own self instead of like the outside world. So sometimes they can be like that, sometimes they can mean different things, you know, depending on what personality type you're getting from the should we do like for members only, should we actually do it like a tarot thing, and I'll step you through. I've got a Rider Waite deck if anyone wants to just like, if you don't have cards already, get a Rider Waite deck. We can probably just go through them one day and we can discuss like the meanings of the cards because they're all interesting. And sometimes I go, oh, okay. Like I read this one as a particular way, and some other readers like, oh, I read this as this one. So you know, um, how does the interview at Outback Steakhouse go? Like honestly, you're a great person. You know, you fit the company perfectly, but there's kind of a feeling of like um that you won't be considered, like you'll be considered senior instead of like someone that's lower level, so you can't get an entry position at this job. That's one thing that I would say is like you need to apply for management or something like that. That's coming up very strong. You might know that already, but you know. Ariana, so the world in reverse. Yeah, there's kind of like this feeling that you need to work closer to home, or like there's kind of like an opportunity if you set your mind in the future. to bring something that's a business closer to you. So this could be like remoting in from home, or this is growing your own business at home. With the tower in reverse, I do feel like the first interview, yeah, but they're not going to hire you in like the entry. They would think you're far too senior. Do you have a degree on Ariana on your resume? If you do have a degree, they might not employ you for a low level position, something that they tend to do. Tower in because they think that you're going to get bored and you're going to leave, which you might be like, screw it, you know. Tower in reverse. Yeah, I don't think that you'll get um the first interview, but they'll call you back for the second one. That's interesting. Like, your experience means that you would get a better job at being an assistant manager or something, Ariana, than, being entry level. King of Pentacles. Yeah, I think that the cards are also saying, like, don't chase the money because you're getting stuck in a headspace that you're chasing the money and you're feeling stuck. So this is like a repeating over and over and over again, you know? So that's kind of a hard thing because with the money aspect, you're not seeing things for what they truly are, you know? But yeah, I feel like you're overqualified for this job. Um, and they might have to like call you back for a second interview because someone actually sits there and goes, "No, I already got a job," you know? So that's what's coming in. Yeah. I hope that helped. But yeah, I do feel like you should be working closer to starting your own thing at home. Because I think that you're kind of talking yourself out of a lot of things instead of like allowing yourself to bring things in for you. Who is next? Do 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 do. Jean, do we know? I'm waiting for Jean to tell me. Yeah, I think like assistant manager or manager, I think that you would be very good at it. And I think that they won't employ you for entry level position. So, Beverly, June, are you here? You're doing a great job, June. You're doing a great job. Don't worry. If they're not responding, then they might have gone for a cup of tea or something. Um, who's next after that? You next after that, Jean. Okay. Well, put down your question. If they snooze, they lose. I'm kidding. If they come back and they post a question, then we'll do them first, you know? I do tease people a lot. What is this person? Oh, okay. Supposed to play in your life. Okay. So there's a feeling that you are slowly tidying up, like how messy your life has been in the past. That's coming through. This can be. Why is my? Hmm, oh, okay. I was like, is my camera lopsided? I've just laid down the cards at a little bit of an angle, so you know. I think it might be my fault. Who knows? We'll figure that out. No, now it's straight. It's slightly more straight. Um, but there's kind of a feeling. Alisa and Sebaha put down your questions. So yeah, it's kind of like you're slowly getting to the point that you understand how messy your life has been up to now. Um, King of Swords and Queen of Cups. So I do feel like this is interesting because we were talking about like this person like wanted like the Virgo wanted someone that's very much like their ex, and that's coming in. Um this time not upright, so there's kind of like this feeling of if they controlled their temper, then they would be a very, very good partner. And this could be actually after they stop, you know, um, stop drinking, because that's coming through. Um, the Empress and the Tower. You might take time to actually come back into alignment again, and this person might get their shit together. um, I'm not being very kind to this Virgo. I'm sorry. I'm not being very kind to you. Um, I know they're not in chat, but you know, it's general like throwing out. The tower, you can rebuild this connection. Unfortunately, it would mean that there's kind of a loss to you of creative or creative freedom. So that's the kind of feeling of that is like you'll lose something because you've gained something, you know? So that's the law of equivalent exchange. You can't have everything, you know? You have to give something away to get something back. Page of Wands, Nine of Cups. I think you'll be looking towards possibilities or exploring other possibilities, and he's kind of like in that period of time. Then it's just like, um, he's stuck, then not exploring. So there's kind of like this feeling of that not karmic connection. It's like, well, it depends on how important like creative endeavors are. An adventure. Like there's kind of like this feeling of this person doesn't want to explore any more of their life. Like they're happy where they are. Which is weird because I usually get that from cups, like the stay at home bodies. But for you, like there's kind of like this feeling of expression. And there's kind of like this feeling that this person would tamp that down. So that's the biggest thing. I don't think that it's completely comic. It's more like it seems like more like a romantic relationship, but there's things to learn. And I think you'll learn more than him because there's kind of a feeling of not really going with that. Okay, so Sebaha, does Said have romantic feelings for me and does he intend to commit? Well, the Empress in reverse can mean that this person doesn't want to have kids or have a family. That could be a big thing. But with the Wands, there's kind of this creative out expression. So that's coming through very strong for you. So with that kind of creative expression, I was just assuming that, this case. Does Zaid have romantic feelings for you? Well, there seems to be good news on horizon, and you're also manifesting this in for you. So I would say yes. However, there's a couple of things. So this person's in controlling their life or juggling too many things. This can have a detrimental effect on their health or their life or their romantic life, because when you're juggling too many things, when you have too many balls in the air, it's very easy to burn out and fall away. um Zaid has a very possessive ex. That's coming through very strongly. He thinks that he's over, like he's got past that struggle, but she's coming through very strongly. So she might make your life a little bit harder to deal with. Um, yeah, I do feel like, yeah, it could be like someone in his past. Anyway, you know. It might not be like the last ex. um has anyone watched Scott Pilgrim? Like, what is the movie called? I watched it with the other half, and he looked at me like I'm crazy, and I was like, these are the movies of my childhood. So, Scott Pilgrim saves the world or something like that. And so he's got to battle all the exes that's coming it through, which is kind of weird. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Azalea knows. Against the world. Okay. Thank you. Um, there's kind of a feeling that this is going to uh come in time, because there's kind of like this feeling of stuckness. So physically stuck. So that's more coming through for you, but there's a feeling of like struggling and winning. So at the moment, I don't feel like there's any commitment yet. Mostly because this person's got to get over just I. The weirdest thing is Sebaha. Why do you go for someone that's good looking? Because yeah, I don't feel like this person has like a lack of women around them, you know. Um, so that kind of feels like even if you enter a relationship with them, they have this kind of like, you know, what is it? Odysseus quotes, like the whole idea of, yeah, you know, does he find you pretty? He finds you cute. Pretty, yeah, but more feminine, I guess. Like, um, the meme trad wives, like the whole idea of the cute little dresses and the skater dress and the kind of cute hairstyle. Yeah, that kind of feeling of like very girly feminine kind of feeling. So you look really cute, like adorable. Like, not classic beautiful, but not like, feminine fatale, just cute. There you go. Yeah. Why did you go for the good looking one? So, yeah, I think you'd have to take a while, beat him around the bush. So, make him chase you. Or is the Casanova's? Why? There's a problem, Sepahara. You need to get to the bottom of that. We could probably ask that after everybody's gone around once more. Swings and roundabouts. So Elisa says, what's happening with the relationship with R and A? What's their actions? Each other in February. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Don't know why I'm doing them. Okay, so what's coming with R and A? So there's temptation to feel as excited about this, when you shouldn't, you know. I think R is going to be walking away because there's kind of like this fundamental shift of they're not happy. And so they're going to be walking away. Queen of Pentacles, Hanged Man. So there's a feeling of A just letting go. They won't want to, but they have to. So there's kind of like this feeling of mutual uncoupling or like just leaving. That's coming through importantly. And Ace of Swords and the heartbreak. So I do feel like they're coming to the end of a cycle together, and that's kind of uncoupling, you know. So yeah, I think this is going to start in February, to be honest, but don't get in a temptation of being excited about that. What did I do? Am I still live? Let me refresh this. What? Okay, cool. I was like, for a second, it was like, connect your streaming software. I was like, I am streaming. What are you talking about? I vote G for moderator. Alexis, what's your question? G, do you want moderator? If you want moderator, you are very. I'll happily mod you here now. Cause you do amazing job. But it's lots of work, guys. Don't push someone towards mod if they can have a hard time. You're still alive. Yay! Stay alive. When I was a kid, I couldn't believe that the Bee Gees were guys because they could hit that high note. So when there's like stay alive, actually that's a weird fact. Um, uh, is that that particular song is the perfect beat to keep time if you're doing CPR. I don't know how you would sing it at the same time as you're trying to like breathe. You're like stay alive, um, yeah, this is why CPR is such hard work. It's also that you have to like keep the Bee Gees in your head while you're trying to keep someone alive. Um, I've got very confused. Um, I've kept my CPR qualification updated for like ages, yonks, like yonks. Um, and when I redid it, because you have to do it after 3 years, um, and it was here in the UK. Um, yeah, exactly. Um, and like I came over here and they're like, it's changed. Like, don't you do like emergency resuscitation? Just like if they're not breathing, do CPR. Okay, okay. Um, the best thing would be like start CPR, get someone to get the defib. You know, um, and so therefore it's just like okay, you need at least a couple of people to try and do CPR. Yeah, no. So that's important. So that's funny. But yeah, when I came over here and they were like, okay, instead of just like a sharp blow to the back, you need to do the Heimlich maneuver. And I was like, okay, right. Sorry, Alexis, we've gone completely off topic. General about job. Okay, so the Hierophant and the High Priestess. This is very strong. Um, there's kind of like a feeling of you are being called to a higher position or a senior position. Um, Mostly because like you're going to be learning a lot more about your skills. And you're manifesting this kind of position because you've been at the same place for so long. Um, yeah, it's kind of like this feeling of like progression, but even the skills are coming towards you. Knight of Wands, there's kind of a feeling of good news coming in. However, it might be received by you not as great, Alexis. It might be that you have to take time to actually process that, to drop into what you're doing, you know? So that's important to kind of go, well, this might be a transition, but at the same time, it's going to be a good thing. So don't be scared of this. Okay. I do feel like there's going to be some tension at work between coworkers, yourself, and maybe the senior boss. Um, why is this? Maybe because you're trying to get this senior position and kind of stepping up. What kind of job? Oh, okay. What kind of job? You wanted a specific what kind of job? You quit your job right now. Okay. Right, then I'll change the meanings for the cards because I felt like you were still in this job. Okay, right, okay. I'm done for working for people with being used. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I might need to shuffle these cards again then, because like, for me, that felt like you were still at this job. I want to work it with digital. What do you mean, digital art, or like you? It's like online. My own boss. Sometimes that's a little bit hard, you know. If the other half didn't earn as much, cough cough, I might be out. I might be out on my own high knees, sitting there going, "Arms for the poor, arms for the homeless. I'll put out your cards for free. Just give me some money." I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's starting to pick up, but So, okay. You said digital, but you know, always be used at work. Bosses are never nicer with me. Okay. All right. So there's a feeling of like you have to be more specific about what you want, Alexis, in this feeling. So you've got to kind of step away from that. Um, you've got to be more specific, especially two things. There's kind of like this two-pronged approach. I'm sorry for giving like people two fingers, but so there's kind of like this feeling of like moving into two things very similar to each other, but almost the same thing. So like website design and graphic design, that's important. So, that's the thing. Divine so I'll put your message down. The one thing that you're not gonna like, Alexis, is working with clients. So you might be trading a boss for clients. And so you've got to be very specific what this contract entails. So you've got to kind of write up a contract that is foolproof. So you're just like, well, you didn't specify this, you didn't, so therefore just you have to pay me for services rendered, you know. So instead of getting like straight away into this kind of gig economy, um, then yeah, just work on that. That's important. Like having that contract there so you save yourself. You're going to be struggling and winning. This is going to take you a while. And it might be just that you are going to be focusing so much on one thing instead of kind of really specifically saying something. And the sun in reverse, you're definitely going to be happy, and there's progression here. So I think that in general, like, how can I explain it? I do see you doing some kind of digital like website design or something like that. So like more a freelancer, Alexis, than anything else. So I do feel like you may be doing logo design and websites. Um, you will be. You just need to realize that clients are also stressful. And like for me, it's like some of my clients, not everybody, but some of them can be like asking you quite a lot, and it becomes a little bit draining. I love this. I love every single part of this. This is amazing. I'm really grateful I do it. But sometimes you're like, oh, I wanted to go to bed like 5 hours ago. So, I do think this is important. I would definitely write down like top 5 things that you want to do, and then strike them off the list until you get to two, and then specify those into something big like thing. And I would go with freelancing first. Okay. Divine Soul says, "How will be my 2023?" Okay. Trading, like forex. I would honestly say read Flash Boys. Um, actually, I'll find you the book. Um, yeah, that's an interesting book. And it does tell you, like, honestly, you're up against trading algorithms these days. Unless you're making the algorithm yourself, you're going to have a harder time trading forex. So honestly, I would say not to do that. But like, some other people do great, but they need to actually put in lots of work doing it. And I feel like most people just can't handle the pressure. But yeah, the flash voice is about like the whole idea of the start of the algorithmic trading and the flash crash. So it's a very interesting book. Okay. A divine soul says, "How will be my 2023? Is Owen my twin flame? If yes, why does he not feel so strong for me as I feel for him? Is he still emotionally attached to X?" Okay, so your 2023 looks really good. You're very welcome, Alexis. I would honestly say you'd be good at some kind of design. So there's kind of like this feeling that anything good that will be coming in 2023, you will get to keep. So there's kind of like this promise that you're in a good place. So therefore that's going to come in for you. One thing that I would definitely say is you still have some fear of the past that's still very, very potent, and this might be needing to be cut loose, let loose this year. So is Owen your twin flame? There might be a feeling of that this could be a karmic union at this time with the Justice card transitioning into something else. So I don't think that this would be just a karmic bond, but because there's kind of this feeling of um like letting go, like this kind of like figuring out where you guys want to go. I think separately will change the karma of this relationship and bring this back on course. Um, yeah, there's a feeling of focusing on what's important. So at the moment, he's really kind of trying to narrow this down. Um, and I would say, like, I think I've told you already, like, he's figuring out who he should marry. There's kind of a feeling of like wanting to know that completely before he commits. Because this is a card of celebration, and this is like with the Three of Wands, is just like focusing on the small details, like focusing on this red ribbon in front of you instead of looking out on the horizon to see like what's coming in. You're focusing on the little tiny ribbons. This can be also red flags because the cat's got it in its teeth, so I'm reading that as like red flags. But this is kind of this feeling of like stepping away, figuring out life. Is he still attached to his ex? I don't think so. I think he's doing great with himself. There's kind of a feeling like he's able to feed himself better and look after himself better than what his ex was provided him. That's coming through very strong. So I don't think that he's got emotional attachment to her anymore. So there you go. I think you'll do great 2023. I don't think there's any big major roadblocks for you. The only thing is getting rid of that fear in the past. Okay, who is next? Azalea. Is Azalea still here? Oh, gotta double check. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah. Cool. I wanted to double check if Terari had actually thing. What is it for me? What is Four of Wands? Four of Wands is a celebration card. So, Four of Wands. Let's look at the Four of Wands for you, because we just had that. So, Four of Wands here is the card of celebration. So the kind of like the thing in the background why there's four poles is like this is either for Mayfair, like the kind of maypoles that we have here, like to celebrate or the coming of spring. But the other thing that you could say is it's a card of marriage because you have four poles to. You're very welcome, Azalea. Why is it there for you? Well, with this one, the Three of Wands in reverse. So therefore, this would clarify this one. So if you have, usually, if you're reading, you'll clarify one card with the other one. So this is like this feeling of Erwin. Alexis, I should be back tomorrow. I have scheduled it for tomorrow, but it will be everybody. So the next two will be the last two Tuesdays of the month. Unless something else happens, I'll let you know if anything happens to derail that, but it'll be the last two Tuesdays of every single month. No. So I hope that helps. So that the whole idea is that you have to realize that Erwin is this one in here. You might see a bigger picture, but Erwin doesn't. And so therefore they're looking at the small details. Thank you, Alexis. And so therefore they're worried about like who they're going to spend time with because they want to get married. There's kind of this feeling of like maybe this is an overwhelmingly religious thought about really committing to someone to the point of marriage. But this is a card of celebration, so this can be a celebration card. This can also be a card of spring. Um, and I always find this funny, the little cat in the background trying to claw the crap out of the wand. Like the little cat in the front ground is like having a great time, and the other one's like, "Oh my god, I'm just gonna push this over. Don't worry about me," you know? So there you go. Okay, so let me go. Celia says, "Would I find success by focusing on my dad's business?" Dear Lord. You are all over the place. Okay. I think that you would make a decent amount of money or, in general do good at your dad's business. However, I don't feel like this is going to pass on to you. I do feel like it's going to stop. He's going to sell it on, and you're not going to get that business. So I would not be completely wanting you to go straight into this because it feels like you might be sold out at one point of time. Your dad's going to be really happy about you working in this business. Um, and it's kind of like this feeling of like, yay, you know. Um, what would be a good path to find financial stability? So the Empress is coming up in reverse again. So there's kind of like this feeling of it's a weird thing to say, Azalea. So I'm going to put it as a tongue in cheek. So I do realize it's tongue in cheek, but the cards are suggesting find a good husband, get married, have kids. You might not want that, but you know, they're like, okay, you know. So it's kind of like a funny jest moment with the cards, but it is kind of like tongue in cheek. Nine of Wands, there's some good news coming in for you, Azalea. So that's one thing that's kind of coming through. So you might not need to get married to get this good news. So don't worry about it. Ace of Swords, Page of Swords. I think that you're asking the wrong question here. The cards are saying that it's probably the wrong question to ask for financial stability because the world constantly shifts, constantly changes. So asking the kind of like this probably is the wrong thing to ask because I think you're being very self-deceptive when that's the case. It's like you're deceiving yourself to think that everything's stable. Everything shifts all the time. But the more that you kind of know that it's going to shift, the better it is going to be for you. Because then you can sit there and go, well, you know, pivot. Instead of like being thrown, you're like, okay, you know, um, one thing that someone said is like the ability to control, like start your own business. There's more stability in that than working for someone else. Um, and that's one thing that's coming in mind to tell you is that that's something that's really important for you to kind of have that stability in the palm of your hand. So even though finances will change, like, you know, I'm on YouTube. I do other things. I do lots of readings offline, but most of the time, I'm not going to know until the end of the month how much I'm going to make. You know? So it's just like, okay, it's kind of in my hands. And so therefore you have to realize you're gambling your stability now to have a better thing. That's the case. Okay? Your north node is in Aries. Ah. I have to get to a point that I'm really good at astrology. I studied a little bit and then didn't go back to it, and I should because it's very, very, very interesting. So I have to at one point in time get to that point. It's really interesting to see like the points of view, like the shifts and changes that people go through in their lives and why that's so important when it comes to astrology. I don't mind working for others, but I do get pressure from my dad about having my own business. See, he's completely right. I think you'd be great at your own business. And I don't think a metaphysical shop is actually going to be too bad. But I do feel like at the moment you should create a mobile business in that it you go to fairs or you go to, you know, um like have a stall instead of having a like in a set place, because it seems like if the smaller the thing is, the more agile it is. And so if you start it up and you don't like it, you can always shift it. You know, you can change it instead of being stuck with something that you don't want. Ariana, are you here? And Beverly, what's your questions? I don't yet, but I can do hypnotherapy. But it would be very interesting to see, like, because I can do hypnotherapy. Um that's the case. He bought a food truck and asking me to run it, but maybe not sell food. Yeah, like honestly, I don't think that it would be that bad to just have your metaphysical business on the back of your truck. Can it be done online? I think it could be. Like if we were doing a voice chat, I could probably just put you in like a trance and start asking you things. But I don't have any experience in like regression. So I would have to read up on it. But I can do hypnotherapy, you know. I learned that. um it's interesting. So, you know, I would honestly say unless you really trust me to do it, you might need to seek someone else, another practitioner. And I need to learn a little bit more. It's like astrology. I haven't done enough stuff to actually pull up people's like charts yet. I would love to do it. It seems like a great thing to do. Who's next? Jean. Jean, give me 1 second. Um, I wouldn't see why not. There you go, Jean. Congrats, you are now a moderator. They're not answering me? Oh well. Are you next after that? um, so most of the time with the regressions, I am very sure they do hypnotherapy. Jean says, if I started a YouTube channel, how would it go? Oh, you're running a YouTube channel? What would it be about, Jean? Or do you not know yet? You have like 4? Okay, Wheel of Fortune. Trust the universe, you're guided to go. Trust your intuition. However, there feels like you might have to dial off the roughness. And that's okay. That's fine. You know. So there's kind of like this dialing down of like, okay, this kind of went good. Kind of feeling. So how can I explain it? When you start and your YouTube channel is like not great, you know, no one's YouTube channel is. Um, we all have to start somewhere, and just dial that down. So you have to just sit there and go, okay, I only got 20 views on that video. It's okay. Hakuna Matata, you know. High Priestess, you are manifesting in a lot, and I would say that there's some things very close to you that you would be able to discuss with people. Like with these two things, it's like multicolored. I don't know why this is coming through multicolored unless you like want to show like a, like I was thinking like being out and proud. Like I don't know whether you are, but you know, like this feeling of like being more self-expressive, like being very over the top kind of feeling. Like just this could be, I don't know why I said a channel for kids, but there's kind of like this feeling of like really working with color, like working with this kind of craft, like something like that, but it's kind of like really fun, very poppy. So like, you know, the 5 minute crafts, I'm not meaning like five different crafts. Like you could do a kids channel. It's kind of coming out as like this fun go with the flow. So you know Mr. Beast, right? Like that whole idea of over the topness. I think you could do that very well. Um yeah, and seeing new options. So I do feel like this is kind of creative and kind of fun. And maybe it's just like cooking with me and people, you know? Like having this fun, playful manner, it doesn't need to be just directed at kids, but because like YouTube has this big policy when it comes to kids. So that's important. Queen of Pentacles, King of Cups. Your partner might not like how much you're spending on these videos. It might be that you kind of invest in these videos quite a lot and they don't like it. They're like, oh my god, that's just too much. But it seems like craft, playful like aspects, like it might be crafting or cooking or something like that, but it's got lots of color and lots of kind of like poppy. It's kind of like poppy bright, you know, like fun loving colors, you know, all good. You know, yeah. Yeah, I think that but this is King of Cups. So we haven't got King of Swords, but it might be that he just this point of time that he would try to water down your idea. Is sit there and go, okay, you're spending too much on this, you know? Yeah, so there you go. So that kind of bit where you're not spending a lot of time and attention on me, you're spending your money on something else. So, Sebaha, what's your question now? The personal reading I got from RL, you should pay me instead. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Sephar. Probably too expensive. I'm kidding. Did the personal reading I got from RL, the tarot reader, resonate for me? I felt like it was off. Did he gauge my current energy correctly? Yeah. Um, there's kind of a feeling like he didn't get your current energy right. There's kind of like this energy shift between you and him. There's kind of some things that rang true though. So as I go through this reading, you'll start seeing like things that have resonated from his reading, the same as mine. Because there were some things that had grains of truth or were kind of true, but I do feel like it could have been that because we all do it. That our experiences shape the way that we perceive other people as well. That's just a random rune sitting there. Oh my. Better not lose my runes. These as bad as my marbles. Like the whole idea of losing your marbles, I lose my runes instead. Um, Bad rune. Okay, so your death. There was the Sebahar, there's kind of a death cycle. So you have ended something very recently. So this is kind of like this cycle will not occur again, you know? Um, and the hangman, you're not like you're scared of something. So it's kind of like, you know how you get off, maybe you're not a roller coaster person, but you know that bit where they kind of drop you, and there's kind of like this free floating thing before they like it just drops and you feel like the stomach coming up. It's just like oops. Like, oh, what did I do? So you're in the process of falling into this thing, and it might be just like the slow motion before this kind of drop. And it's just because the cycle has ended, and so therefore there was kind of like this hang time, the gravity, hang time before you actually are going to naturally have this drop, and that's okay. That's fine. You know, you're a cat. You land on your feet. You have 9 lives. You're going to bounce. You know, it's just like this feeling of like it might be slightly more abrasive, the landing, the impact than you wanted, but that's okay. You know, that's life. Ace of Cups. There, there is like a feeling that you tend to be more optimistic at the start of your relationships than the end. That's one thing that I would say. However, when you get into a relationship, there is that maybe a little bit more codependency streak, but how can I explain it? Um the energy outputs between you and your partners are never good. There's never a match. So how can I explain it? You have a lot more energy. Not like Queen of Wands where she knows where the energy is going or like directing it, but you tend to have this unbridled enthusiasm that a lot of people find annoying because they just can't match that energetic vibe. And after a while they start really taking that kind of feeling of like, okay, you want me to be invested in this, like this whole idea of like um you have your hobbies and you want other people to be excited about that, but most of the time people are not excited about what you're excited about. um and this could be just that you're choosing a partner that doesn't have the same interests at heart, and that's the problem, you know. um you're a very very enthusiastic individual, and I think that you need to connect with someone that's very much like in the same kind of interests as you, because or the same amount of enthusiasm. So it's a give or take. They're either enthusiastic about what you're enthusiastic about, or they have the same level of enthusiasm, but different things, you know? And so, therefore, you'll drive each other natty. You drive each other up the wall, but it's a good, loving relationship because then you'll have like interests and passions, you know? Your house will be crowded full of stuff, but that's another scenario for another day. But yeah, the devil and the wheel of fortune. So there is a temptation here, and sometimes like the wheel of fortune's good, but for me this reading, the wheel of fortune's bad, but it's not as bad as you think it is. So you have a temptation to trust the universe, to go with the flow, when sometimes you shouldn't. You shouldn't just go with the flow. You should be like, no, I want this particular thing and I want it now. Instead of just like, oh, I see what happened in 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years or 30 years, you know? And it's just like, time's precious, time's ticking for everybody, you know? Um, the other thing that I would say to you is there is kind of like this feeling of if you get too lonely, you go back to someone, you know? If you get too lonely, you kind of, yeah, you don't seek a new connection. You just try to make it up with the person that you were last with or the person before that. And that kind of then stifles you actually connecting to someone new. And sometimes it's hard because we all don't like the loneliness of being by ourselves, not wanting like wanting that cared and loving scenario. And sometimes we just have to kind of do that for ourselves in that kind of short space, so therefore we make better decisions for ourselves. So there you go. So Lisa says, may I know the true intentions of arts towards me? Will he come back in 2 weeks as the pendulum confirmed? Okay, give me 1 sec. You're very, very, very welcome. It won't be every Tuesday, but it will be 2 Tuesdays of every month at the end of the month. If I did every Tuesday, then no one else would get their reading done. uh, Someone would be like, the smart ass, they'll be like, oh, well, why don't you do readings every single day? I'll be like, well, I have to eat. But thank you, Jean. That's amazing. I love that. You chef's kiss. Elisa says, may I know the true intentions of art towards me? So there is this feeling of that it's divine timing. It's going to take time. There's kind of this manifestation in. However, there's kind of like this feeling of that when he comes back in 2 weeks, it's going to be harder for you to maintain a connection because he's going to feel like things have not been said, they haven't been uh, resolved. So there's kind of like this feeling of like you need to resolve and move on. Um, and this is going to take time. So that's important. Page of Pentacles, lovers. there's a feeling that he doesn't know how deep your love for for him goes, or there's kind of connection that you want this connection to be stronger. Um, how would I put it? Like he's kind of like that bit where like tell me and then I'll tell you, you know. Could be also that he's slightly on the spectrum, or doesn't know how to gauge other people's emotions, because that's coming through strongly. The love is upright, so there's kind of like going to be this bond as soon as you guys renegotiate this. So the whole idea of renegotiation, bringing back, like fixing the problems of the past, like why this connection didn't work the first time. So that's kind of a feeling. I do feel like you're going to be life partners. And I think that you're going to be life partners, like, what is it? Partners in crime. Like, this feeling of, like, you distracting everybody and he be the, you know? So, like I could see two mischievous kitties. Like one's on like the distraction, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's so cute," and the other one steals up to the countertop, steals the steak, and then they both eat it. You know, I don't know why I had that in my mind, but it's a very cute story. And I do think that you're kind of going to be partners in crime. Um, like not like real crime, but you know, that's kind of what's going to bring you both together, is like this kind of camaraderie of like dealing with things together in your own very unique way. So yeah, I do feel like this kind of feeling of yeah, like almost like the kitty stealing. Yeah, it's more like you guys help each other out. Like him not being very um extroverted, like almost being not being great about around people, and you being better. But the whole idea is you both offset each other, so it's great from that point of view. So yeah, there you go, Lisa. Who is next? Alexis. Is Alexis still here? If Alexis is not here, then we'll go to Divine Soul. Honey Bun. Honey Bun. All I think is like, you're very welcome, Elisa. Tell me when he contacts you in 2 weeks. You'll be like, oh my god. Like, the weirdest thing is, like, put down your question, Divine Soul. We'll see if Alexis is around. I think she went, or they went to sleep. um, so that's a big thing. Yes, I will update you. It's weird when people contact me and they sit there and go, "Oh, this person like came back in my life," and I'm like, I can't remember what I said to them." Oh, it's a really weird thing. Like, you know that bit where like you've done something for someone and they're like, "Oh, remember what you said?" I'm like, "I have no idea. You have to remind me." I'm I'm not old by any standard of imagination. Maybe I feel like, you know, but still not enough to sit there and go, "What?" Oh, sweet. Yeah, it's weird, like how many times the cards just keep repeating that thing and thing and thing and thing until you get it and you're like, okay. They do that for me all the time. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. No, he doesn't have access to your photos. Like a no. No to that one. Okay. When will me and Owen get engaged or start living together partially or fully? What does he like in you? Okay, what does he like in you? That you're not so easy to please or you're not so easy to understand. I think that's one thing that he likes about you. The other thing that we brought back up again is that you're very similar to each other, so that's important. How long is it going to take you guys to like move in or get engaged or whatever? So the King of Cups, he's still thinking about financials. So at the moment, he's still rebuilding his kind of like business, his life. This is important for guys. It's not so much important for girls, but it's important for guys to feel stable, like to be able to maintain a lifestyle of the person that they're with. Um, I don't know why, but there's kind of like this feeling of that his worth is very trapped in this. And because he is chasing money, money is moving away. So therefore, he's getting colder and colder, because when someone removes an aspect of ourselves, if we can't live without it, it can be very hard for us to let it go, you know. Don't don't get to a point of biting off more than you can chew with this, because this is going to manifest naturally. Allow it to manifest naturally, instead of being very worried about this, or just allow it to happen. So I do feel like he would have got engaged to you um if he was in a good financial setting. The Temperance card in reverse. He's got to pay off debt. That's important for him. Is like he's not feeling like he's great, marriage material, or even moving in with someone, because he's got debt and he's got to work on that. However, I do feel like you would move in like, is this year? Because it feels like this is very close. Will he move in this year? Yes. So that's definitely a yes. Come on. Getting shy. Yes. So there's kind of like this feeling of moving in this year instead of like you not. And this might be to help him pay off bills and like bring you guys closer together. Azalea says, did I make a good choice of blocking our birth and try choosing to reconcile with Ellen? Ooh, boy. They're both really not great at getting out their headspace. Okay, Azalea. Okay, Page of Cups, Ace of Cups, and Nine of Wands. They're muchly, to be honest, Azalea. Um, because we're getting to two people here that are very much in like with the like honestly it's hard because I feel like your Albert and your Alan are pretty much the same person right now. Because one is actually like, oh, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Because one's in a self-reflective mode and one is definitely in their headspace. So much and muchly, the same kind of like, and that's probably why I'm picking up this kind of like self-entitlement. Leos are very strange creatures. Not that they try, like, I honestly love Leos. They're amazing, but I'm Taurus, so sometimes they could be kind of like, oh, what? I don't understand you. Um, so Albus was the Ace of Cups, so that's like new love, and with your yeah. So honestly, it's kind of a weird thing that I would say. Um, like Albus was the new love and Alan was like Knight of Wands. So Knight of Wands, there's good news coming in for both of you, so that's not bad. But I do feel like there's kind of both of them aren't going to see you as what you want to be seen, as kind of like this cover up of like seeing the real world, they're very much in their headspace. Queen of Pentacles. There's a lot more options for you, and the evening cards are saying more options for you. Yeah. Queen of Pentacles. It seems like this feeling of like, yeah, like you step up and you become more like, hey, maybe you're just wasting my time, which I think they are kind of, and you start flirting with someone else. And I think this Page of Wands is like the permission to kind of step up and see if there's someone else out there for you, because I do feel like these two are in the same space in their lives. They're not ready to commit. They're not ready to like, really see a connection for what it is. I'm a Leo. Taurus's women and I have a difficult time being friends because they come very possessive of me and I just want to roam free. I think for me, it's kind of a weird thing where I see Leos being so very overconfident, like almost to the point that I'm like, okay. And then they have this kind of very insecure, like underneath. And me being a Taurus is like, you see, you get kind of. But as I'm getting older, there's a lot more layers to me. Like when I was younger, I used to be very, very blunt, like to the point that I'd be very, very honest. Um, I remember one day when I was a kid, I had two aunts and they were named the same name. And so therefore, they're the same name. And my mom used to say, okay, one was Fat's aunt, so and so, and the other one was, and one day it just slipped out. I was calling her and it slipped out. And she turned around and said, "What did you say to me?" So it was kind of like this bit where I was like, I had to repeat what I said. And she just slapped me. And I was about, like, I feel like I was about 4. And I go out on my bike. And it was the first time that I was like, well, why did she slap me? It was true. Like, that bit where my brain wasn't kind of compiling this kind of thing. And then, which was really weird because then I was like thinking for a second and I was like, wait, people must have different kind of stories in their head. So the way that they see it must be different. So everybody's got a different story. And it was a weird thought to be like 4 or 5 and realizing that because it was a very early mind. And I was like, wait, that's actually kind of weird. Mercury. I could double check, I think. I haven't checked my chart in ages, you know. But that was the first time that I'd thought, wait, actually, shit. Like, obviously, like, you could sit there and go, well, she knows it's true, you know. But then there's kind of like this override. People do have different stories in their head, different kind of realities. And it was good for me as young as I was to realize that because it helped me because a lot of times my mom when I was kid would be like, "Oh, tell the truth, tell the truth." And then I would tell the truth and she'd be like, "Not that way." And I'm like, "What?" So therefore, like, I got in trouble no matter what I did. But I was the oldest, so um, it was kind of a funny thing. So who are we on? Ariana. Is Ariana still here? We only have 4 people, 4 or 5 people. If everybody in chat puts down a question, then we'll know who's up. Let's look at first chart. Let's find out. Free astrology charts. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's like. Let me see. Do, 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 do. Okay. This was 11 a.m. Okay. Right. Yeah, Mercury is Taurus. Okay, so we've got Jean, Divine Soul, Sebahar, where you get pregnant during next month during my trip. Woohoo! Someone's going to be busy. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I shouldn't be like that. That sounds like I'm kiddo. Well, honestly, I feel like you will have a great time. Wink, wink. However, I don't think you will. There's kind of like a feeling of timing is a little bit out for Eugene. So it doesn't feel like you're going to have this happen. The temptation is to blame yourself, but it seems like it's more performance anxiety on his part. Um, Page of Swords and Ace of Swords. There might be some self deception to be like, okay, well, like the sexy time, devil temptation, but this is clarified by you. So, it might be like, ooh, ooh, like pack your lingerie. I'm kidding. I'm Taurus. I've got to make jokes about sex, Um, Page of Swords and Ace of Swords. Yeah, there could be this kind of feeling of frustration at your partner. That these things haven't happened, you know. But there's kind of like don't get too like riled up. It could just be the pressure building up. So no kids, unfortunately. Just try next month, you know. Which happens like because my partner and I are trying for a kid, and he's just got like one of those like test thingies, to make sure like you're at that particular time in the month. And he's like, the first time that I got it out, he's like, he started like following me. I'd be like, you're not coming into the bathroom with me. No, back out. Go away. you know. So yeah, no kids this month, unfortunately. He's told people I'm going to be on maternity leave soon. That's the definite thing of performance pressure. He's like, yeah, this is gonna happen. Guys are weird. Guys are weird. They'll be like, you know, ovulations test. Yeah. That was fun. Not. And then he's like, are you feeling pregnant yet? How do I bloody know? How do I bloody know? They're saying that one of my sisters is like, oh yeah, like, um, I've got 2 lines. And I'm like, I looked at her message and I was like, 2 lines? It was like early morning, so it's like, the rest of my family live in Australia. So it's like, 2 lines? What? And then I had to Google it, and I was like, oh, Tess, right. Bloody stupid brain, you know? And she's like, what about you? I'm like, not there yet. Haven't tested this month, so, we'll see. We'll see. How many kids will you have in total? How many kids will Divine have? That was pretty easy. You sure you don't want another number? Are you going to go with that one? Two. Probably pigeon pair. Is it a pigeon pair? Yeah, one boy, one girl. That was easy. You're sassy. My pendulum's like, oh yeah. I said that was easy. It was like, no, it's not easy. Be nice. I can return you back where you came from. Ascended side. You have a picture of pair. Ooh, Okay, we'll see. Gemini, apparently? Is that right? You sure? It's going to be like, it's definitely Gemini. Yeah, it's Gemini. Okay. Okay, so I'll do Sebaha. And who's last? Who is the last one? Oh, my lord. I think it's you, Cecilia. Sebaha, Azalea, Jean. So I'll get up to Jean tonight and then we will finish up for tonight. I hope you had fun, guys. Told you all about my life story and how I got slapped when I was 5. Oh well. It's a good story. I think that I took away a lot from that kind of slap, but you know, not my fault. Actually, it was. It was my fault. Oh well. Good, good. I'm glad, Sebaha. Is FA going to get a divorce? I've heard some things about a turbulent marriage. I don't think that they're going to get divorced. I'll tell you why. Is because they're going to have kids. So they're going to stay for the kids. Yeah, it's not great. You know, I wouldn't say that I particularly like what's coming up. So the heart is full. So with Ace of Cups, if you have this overflow, it means that nothing can come in. So they haven't given like a space to their partners, and so therefore the thing is that they're unsatisfied and unfulfilled in this life. Because this the female of the relationship wants to work or they want to have their career. There's kind of like this feeling of that they want their own money. It kind of feels like they have. I don't know why my camera goes dark again. It just naturally goes dark. I've turned on the lights and it's still dark. Gotta figure that out because, you know, if I keep on changing the ISO, then it just goes like this kind of natural thing. I tried. But yeah, so this is a division in their household, and is a little bit of a frustration. But I think that they do have to have more than one person um, providing the income because they can't survive with the home payments and looking after the kid or the kids without having another person work. But then there's division there as well. It's just, it's not a great kind of way of doing things, you know? Elisa! That's okay. Put down your question. The 6-year-old Leo and 10-year-old Aquarius. Oh my lord. Yeah. Although saying that it's a male Leo, you know, it's kind of fun. That's alright. That's fine. No, there's kind of like this feeling of like she wants to work and he won't let her. So there's kind of like this feeling of control. Yeah, so it's kind of like this feeling of control um about her working, and she has to work. Like there's no way around that relationship. Like she has to work to provide for the house or provide house payments and look after the kid. He doesn't make enough. I think that he assumes that society, because she's now married to him, it's kind of like that feeling. Yeah. Okay, who is next? Um, more need than greed. Eliza, I think is Eliza next. Lisa, Azalea, and Jean. Yeah, it's kind of a hard thing because I don't think that she would have a hard time with that. Hate love relationship currently. We'll see. If you give a chance to Jay, what would be the outcome? Okay. Kids like being rough and humble. And I remember when I was kid, my sisters used to like boss me around a lot. Yeah, that hasn't really changed much. Hmm, maybe, maybe. Okay, so if you give this rate a chance, what will be the outcome? Firstly, you have to realize that your heart is healing, so you're going to be quite emotional. So there's kind of like this feeling of healing. And so you've got to realize that your emotions are not just coming from how you're feeling right now, but they're feeling from that kind of ebb and flow. So take your time with this person. Love is in reverse. You definitely have a deep love here, deep love with this Ray. However, do realize that he might have a rocky relationship with his parents. I don't feel like this is bad. No, you are. You are healing, not this person. So you might not feel it, but you are. He's got a very rocky view of his parents, so it can be something that changes your your kind of way that things go. I think he's moving, so I don't feel like he's going to be settling down because he does move quite a lot for work, or there's kind of like this movement involved in what he does. So sometimes that can be hard because he's harder to pin down, and that can be very hard in general to kind of create this home with him. The Fool in reverse. I think he was a little bit of a troublemaker in the past when he was a kid. And he's done kind of like some kind of attention seeking behavior. Probably, I'm not gonna say did drugs, but there's kind of like this underlying thing of taking lots of risk when he was young, which has kind of created a little bit of issue now that he's older because um a lot of things have detractors even if they're not seen on the outside. So that's the case. Um, like the thing that I would say is this person feels on the outside very busy. Um, and kind of like rushed. So it kind of feels like he's got to take his time to address things as they come up. And if you're waiting for this person to really commit or be like stable and not need to move for work, I think that you're going to have quite a lot of struggle here. So I think talking would be good, but you also realize that it will help you heal. So I do think that would take time. Yeah, so I think that obviously the busyness of work won't change. I do also feel like this feeling of being alone for a lot of his life. Not like he's a permanent bachelor, but there's kind of this feeling of like a lone wolf kind of feeling. Not that he is like alpha, that kind of toxic alphaness that people sit and go, I'm so alpha, and they're not. Um, they don't even know what the word means. But like he's just used to being like operating by himself and not being in a partnership, that it might be hard to kind of pin him down. I don't think he's got the time to court you. I think there's deep love here, but it might be that you want something different. So, like it might be hard to get him to put this toilet seat down every time he goes for piss. Okay, Azalea, your question, please. And then Jean, and we'll be done. How does Albert view you? So I'll be back tomorrow, but it will be everybody. Everybody gets a say tomorrow. So I'll be rushed off my feet. Won't have time to sit down, even though you're sitting. I know, I can be blunt. I could also joke at myself. Okay. Right. Um, what did you think was bluntness in that speech? Okay, how does Albert see you? So there's kind of like this feeling of this person's getting a little bit older. So they're starting to see the financial aspects of their life. So investing in things. Um, that's a hard thing because this person is slowly getting there, not fast. Um, the one thing that I would say is that they're unsatisfied. They've got up to this point being unsatisfied, and unfulfilled, and they're transitioning out of their playboy part of their life. So that's kind of a hard thing because um yeah. I feel like they're starting to get into this aspect of their life, but because they haven't saved, they're not ready to really be in that point of time that they're thinking about a family and aspect. There was a feeling like Albert birth, you kind of guys fell down. So there was a tower moment, something happened. You you seemed to, well, you probably went back to Ellen. That's what happened. And so this person has kind of transitioned on. So there's kind of this feeling of that. The Wheel of Fortune and you. So you have to plan if you want this person back in your life. So there's kind of like this feeling of like if you want this person back, you have to plan for it. How does he see you as? So Queen of Swords is highly intelligent. She is a element of air, but because swords can be quite blunt, they can be demanding of themselves and others. They can be highly charismatic at times. Um, so it's kind of an interesting thing. The thing is that Azalea, you lead with your mind. You're very much like someone that has a very sharp mind. Someone that likes intellectual discussion if you can. But there's just like this feeling of something specific to you that a lot of other uh like swords don't have. I think you sometimes have tempered this a little bit. You've tempered this with a little bit more kindness than some of the swords display. So you tend to understand that to sheath the sword sometimes instead of being so um quick, maybe quick to draw it. So there's kind of like this feeling of understanding a little bit more about other people and having that kind of tamer aspect of side of you. Not that you don't also display this kind of cutting part of yourself. It's just tempered more than, you know, other people do. You're a Gemini. One of my best friends in the whole wide world is a Gemini. And yeah, he's got married and he's got like 3 kids. He's younger than me too. Jesus Christ. Bunnies. Bunny, bunny, bunny. No, he's a great guy. I spent time with him when I went back home, and it was great. We spent a whole day out in the city with another friend of mine. Yeah, it's really nice. But yeah, like Geminis have that switch. Like I said to his wife, I was like, "Thank God you married him. I would have killed him." You know, um, mostly because I don't like the kind of switching aspect. But he's great friend. I love him to death. But as a romantic partner, just it would get too much. I think switching aspects like my partner, because he's a Scorpio. Sometimes when he just turns around and lashes out with that tail, I'm like, and it's just like this weird thing where I usually don't show like the tears or the you know, because I'm Taurus 10. I'm like, why did you say that for? It was just like out of the blue, you know. We mod together, you get along lovely with your kids, perfect matches. True, true. Um, so I think it's Jean, and then finish time. But yeah, he's a lovely guy. I've known him forever. The first time, and then I met him. It didn't go well, but mostly at that point of time, I hated guys. Like I hated other like boys. I was so mean. Sheesh. But then we bonded because we both liked Pokemon, and that was the end. Like honestly, he was talking about Pokemon. Like last time I was out, I was like, I haven't played Pokemon in ages. I don't remember what they are. You know, male Geminis are rough. Their mood swings are out of this world. I think it's hard because we all have aspects of ourselves that we've got to get to a point with. Like I tried to temper my stubbornness and defensiveness and you know like my partner sits there and goes like you have to be right all the time. It's just like well I think that you have to be right all the time. um so Jean, did you have a question? My moon is in Scorpio, the tail comes out, but yes, Alune, learn to sheath the sword. Good Anya. Yeah. It's interesting because so I was talking about like the male um the King of Swords and the Queen of Cups being the traditional partnership. So my partner comes out as King of Cups and I come out a Queen of Swords. And I always find that funny because that's the opposite of a normal relationship. But he's from a different culture, and it seems like the women have more say. They become the bossy boss. And the the men have to kind of kowtow to them. And it's always kind of funny because that's the weird thing. We're fixed signs, so we have a hard time. It's weird because then he's like, "Oh yeah, but you need to be right all the time." I'm like, it feels like you're always trying to prove a point. We both not. I'm like, he's like, oh yeah, but you, this is what you said. I'm like, yeah, that's a good point, and that's what I did say. um, oh, what are Scorpio's A's feelings, intentions towards us? Kind of funny though. Is the funny thing. I always find it funny because I find it fascinating. My ex was actually Aries, so that was an interesting conversation. Conversation of 9 years, long time. Was he Aries or Aquarius? I have to look that up. Anyway, whatever. I give up. Scorpius can be aggressive. Sometimes it's hard. He doesn't seem to display the aggressive traits. It's more like when he feels hurt, he just lashes out. I'm like, what? I was like, the biggest thing is I'm trying to teach him. If I don't say you, I don't mean you. I mean other people. It's not about you. So it's funny. Um what which one? The Scorpio. Uh oh, don't even get me started. Let me double check. Um yeah. Did Aries or Aquarius? Let me double check. Yeah, it would have been an Aries, I think. Oh, wait, no, Aquarius. Aquarius, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, Aquarius. Ah, that was fun. Oh well, I met my partner through it, so it's all good. Okay, so let me get back to yours before I completely get off topic. What Scorpios? You try to love people and sometimes they want to fight you because of it. Oh, don't worry. I'm used to being very sturdy, so if people come swinging, punching bag, until I get enough, and then I'll go Queen of Swords on their ass. Um, what a Scorpio is feelings and intentions towards me. So their heart is full, even though they want this connection. So it's kind of like they want this connection. It's going to be something that they've wanted. So this is kind of like a wish fulfillment card and stuff like that. So that's the case is that they need to open up. They don't feel like they're ready for this commitment, and it also feels like even if they got you, it feels like you would flow straight out of their life. So this person doesn't seem to think of themselves highly. And when we don't have a good sense of self or a healthy sense of ego, is like healthy ego, which is weird because a lot of people don't like the word ego. It doesn't mean like, like narcissistic qualities. It's just the understanding of ourselves, understanding that we can have what we want. And sometimes this is hard because the people that don't learn this in life, they just have this like fall out of their lives. And it's just too much. So in past, they've had a hard time trying to deal with other people. This might be past girlfriends. They don't know how to ask for things in an assertive manner. And they can be kind of a little bit undermining them, which seems like a very Scorpio thing to do. Um, and it has cost them like friendships and family connections. It's not just like girlfriends. He is definitely a coward. Just look at this. Like, there's not that much between this little kitty cat and the wand, but because it's reversed, this kitty cat is just like, it's too much, too big, too, like, I'm too small. I'm never going to be good enough. That's all the things. Maybe my pee pee's too small. Sorry. That's the funniest thing. There's a feeling of not seeing anybody else out there. So there's kind of like this feeling of not seeing um seeing any other options than you. So there's kind of this feeling of like a love, like a deep enough love to actually care and protect you. So this is not a possessive love. It can be considered possessive, but it's more like wanting you to be happy and safe. So it's like, have you eaten yet? I will cook you food. Have you got like, like my Scorpio are always like, oh yeah, like have you eaten yet? It's like like that bit, like, have you done this? Have you done that? I will find you something. So there's kind of like this feeling of like that. That's really cute. But yeah, there is this deep rooted like insecureness underneath all of this. And the way that Like honestly, like for me, like what I'm reading from this is a very domineering mother. To the point that he had to really like, you know, um had to really show that he was worthy of anything. I think that's one thing that I'm getting through is like unworthiness for anything. He had to ask for it, you know? And that's hard. So, yeah. I don't think that he's going to get this by himself unless he really um sees inside himself, which is hard. It's a very hard trait to do and kind of do that. His mother's Taurus. I can understand if that was a very dominant trait. Especially I feel like Tauruses can be very oblivious. That doesn't mean that there's not that domineering aspect. Taurus and Scorpios go together, weirdly enough. Like, I was talking to someone at the psychic fair, and they're like, "Oh yeah," because I talked about my partner being Scorpio, and he's like, "Oh, I'm Scorpio, and my partner's Taurus." It's like, okay, and he's like, "How do we get on with each other?" And I was like, well, firstly, you've got to realize that Scorpios tend to be quite um they can be quite suspicious of other people. Tauruses tend to trust other people. So therefore, like Scorpios will see danger in everything, Tauruses don't. I said there's a good thing where, like, obviously those counteract each other, and so therefore the Taurus will start understanding to be more careful in nature, and the Scorpio will probably tend to be then more trusting of other things. But overall, what a nourishes Earth, it does, but then it can be too much, and then you have a flood. Ask Australia every 5 years. Every 5 years, unless it's 10, and then you're like, oh shit, when's the rain coming? It's like fire. Yeah, it's great until you're like, oops, we now have like a bushfire. Who's going to come into like? Who's this done? Not me. Wee. Two signs of like, are you doing anything tonight? No. Are you doing anything tonight? No. What's on TV then? I don't know. I'm being silly. I'm getting tired. Anyway, I'm finishing up. So I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, G, for those laughs. I've got to go and do this tarot reading for this lovely lady that donated and couldn't put her. You're very welcome, Jean. I put a question down, so I've got to do that straight afterwards. Bye, guys.